Okay, so sister, sorry for the. Could you let's go back to that question again? The question that you asked about about. Could you repeat it so in that way it can refresh my memory so we can look and see what the Bible says.
I think I had, uh, geez, I'm trying to remember too, because all of my information got erased. I think it had to do with marriage. So, in this day and age, we all, you know, before we came back to trying to live the right way, I've dated, I've had numerous boyfriends, and so forth. So, I'm trying to, live the correct way, and trying to remember what the question exactly was. I know it had something to do with marriage, though. I can't remember the exact question. That and I had two questions. My other question was, it seems kind of like the closer I want to get to God, the more I feel there's like a spiritual battle. Like the more I feel, um, kind of like you can see sin more, if that makes any sense. Like it's more, I guess it's just more, not in the way. Like you just see it more often. You see it everywhere, really, and it seems like there's just such a mental battle. I feel like, so I'm wondering if that's true. Like, the closer you want to get to God, the more, the harder it gets.
Okay, so that's two different, of course. Well, so now there's two different questions. That's the last question is basically a spiritual battle. Yeah, it is true. That's why I always say if you want to, if if you don't keep the law, I always say that Satan don't care about you. If you do not keep the laws in the book of Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Exodus, Satan don't care about you because he has you already. You see, everyone talks about Satan, 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 the devil, the deceiver, Satan. It seems like there's a very little attention paid to the responsibility of Satan. His job is to get you to disobey Yah's law. But when people are enjoying breaking Yah's law, you can see why they will not really bother learning more about Satan. You can see why they will not really care to speak about what Satan is all about. When someone, if Satan's job is to get me to drink, and I love drinking, you can see why I'm not going to have any problem with Satan. But I will have a lip service though. I'm going to have lip service as to, oh, Satan is bad. No, but I love what he makes me to do. So for those that do break Yah's law, those that love breaking Yah's law, any kind, whatever part of Yah's law, they are not going to have problem with Satan, and Satan don't really care about them. Satan is only interested in or on those that keep Yah's law. That's why you see in Revelation chapter 12, Satan goes after the children of the woman, those that keep the commandment of Yah and have their faith in Yeshua. He doesn't go after everyone. So the way he goes after us now comes down back to what you just asked. Satan will never punch you in the face. Satan will never attack you. Satan will never, you will not see Satan with your eyes physically today. That's not going to happen. I want us to get to the marriage question because that's, I want us to get to that and clear that out. But you asked the second question, and that's what we're dealing with right now. And then we'll get to the marriage question. So you have to understand, everything has been put down and given to us here. So today, Satan is a spirit. He is a spirit. You can't see him, just like you cannot see Yah right now. This is the reason why Yeshua told us in John chapter 4 that Yah is a spirit. Those that worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth. The angels are spirit. Sometimes they do take on human flesh and come down to the earth and do things and operate. And when you see them, they will look exactly like a human being. If you pinch them, they will feel the pain. They feel sleepy. They feel hungry because they're taking on a human flesh. That was exactly what Yeshua did. That's how sometimes angels do that. But unlike Yeshua, when angels do this, they do not go around and saying, hey, look at me, I'm an angel. No, because they have a specific duty that they came down to do. And you can run into them, interact with them, talk with them. You would never know that this is an angel. But, so because they have a totally different mission. There are different examples of this. You can read the book of Tobit. It has about 14 chapters. The book of Tobit in the Apocrypha, you will see what I'm talking about. There's another example, I believe, in the book of Kings, where there was some things going on. I was actually in the book of... There was something going on with one of the kings of Israel. And an angel offered himself to Yah. Says to Yah, Yah was looking for someone to go down. And he offered himself to go down and help deceive that king. Or mislead that king. Because the king was corrupt and his judgment day was coming up. So Satan do battle against us, but that battle is not flesh and blood. It's not flesh and blood. You will never experience anything from Satan. Like, Satan is not going to attack you as long as you're breaking the law. It's when you begin to keep the law, that's when he turns his attention to you. When you begin to keep Yah's law, that's when Satan will turn his attention to you. And Satan will, his goal, you have to understand what the goal is. The goal is to get you to disobey the law, period. That's it. No more than that. Just to get you to disobey the law, that's it. So for those that are trying to keep the law, this is a big deal. It's a big deal. It's a battle. And that's what you are experiencing right now. That's what you are experiencing. That's why you were able to notice this. When I was really not taking Yah's law seriously, I used to seek out sin. I used to seek out certain things. I used to go after certain things to do them. But when I began to take the law seriously, I began to withdraw myself from those kind of things and those kind of lifestyles and behaviors. And then when I was pursuing those things, I had to pursue them. I had to go get them. But when I stopped doing them, when I began to keep the law, those things will at that point begin to come to you. Those things will begin to seek you out. And this happens in different angles, different ways. Whether you're a man or a woman, if you are a man and you love women to the point of committing sexual sin with them, when you begin to keep the law, they will be seeking you out. If you are a woman and you love committing sexual sin with men, and then you stop because of the law, then that's when all hell will break loose. That's when all of a sudden every single man, young, old, every type will now realize that you are so beautiful, and they will begin to, so that's what happens. And today, though, I have to put this way. I have to end this way, because this is the truth, but it's going to make a lot of people uncomfortable, which I don't really care, because it's the truth. So there's a bigger issue that we face right now when it comes to being attacked by the devil. It's written in your Bible in Revelation chapter 13. We're speaking about the devil. So in Revelation chapter 13, it says in verse 2, it was talking about the beast. There was a beast that comes up. And in verse 2, Satan, the dragon, Satan, the devil, gave his power, his authority, and his throne to that particular beast. Now, if we are talking about Satan right here, if we are speaking about Satan, if we are talking about Satan, and we're really interested and we feel like Satan is attacking us, then we should investigate every move that Satan makes or made. And in this case, in Revelation chapter 13, we've seen that Satan made a move that most people don't know about. And that's what I'm telling you. Like, as I said, it's going to make you uncomfortable. It may make you, I don't really care. I just have to present to you what the word of the Most High is saying. So, Satan did something that was recorded. This was a prophecy as of the time it was being recorded by John, the Revelator, in Revelation chapter 13, verse 2. Now, Satan gave his power, his throne, and his authority to the beast. Okay, the beast, wild animal. Well, it's not a wild animal, because if you go back to Daniel chapter 7, Daniel chapter 7 explains to you what the beast is. The beast is a nation, a kingdom. The fourth kingdom, the Bible calls it, the fourth kingdom that will rule the whole world. The fourth kingdom. I've gone into this in one of the videos that I uploaded about how to keep God's Sabbath and keep your job. I gave a little bit more detailed information in that video. I'm going to be uploading something very soon that will be even more detailed about this. Everybody needs to know this. So we see that fourth kingdom is not a wild animal or a beast or it's a nation, the fourth kingdom that will rule the whole world. That's what the beast is, according to Daniel chapter 7. So there were four kingdoms that will rule the world. The Babylonians was the first, the Medes and the Persians was the second, then the Greeks, and then the Romans. And that fourth kingdom is supposed to rule all the way till the time that the Most High will set up a kingdom that will last forever. There will not be any lapse, any space, any taking of breaks. That kingdom will rule all the way from their time, the beginning, to the time that Yeshua will return and destroy the rest of whatever is left of that fourth kingdom. And today, you are living within that fourth kingdom. Because according to Daniel chapter 2 and Daniel chapter 7, that kingdom will rule all the way. Daniel chapter 2 from verse 40 all the way. Read all the way down to the end. That kingdom will rule all the way towards the end when Yeshua will return. And that kingdom is ruling right now. You're living within it right now. So, going back to Revelation chapter 13, it says that Satan will give his power, his throne, and his authority to that kingdom. We go to 2 Corinthians chapter 4 verse 4. It says that Satan is the god of this world. In 2 Corinthians chapter 4 verse 4, Satan is the god of this world. Then you go back to Job chapter 9 verse 24. It says that the earth has been given into the hands of the wicked. You go to 1 John chapter 2 from verse 15. It tells you not to really get involved into the things of this world. James chapter 4 verse 4 tells you that to not be don't you know that friendship with the world is enmity to Yah? Why? Friendship with the world, the worldly system, the people in the world that refuse to keep Yah's law. So if Satan, what happened is that Satan have outsourced his job. Satan have outsourced his responsibility and his job to the fourth kingdom. So you are never going to see Satan with your eyes today trying to deceive you into breaking Yah's law, because he outsourced it. And you are living into the system. That's why the worldly system today is anti the law. The church system in the world today is anti the law of the Most High. The government system is anti Yah's law. The judicial system is anti Yah's law. The medical system is anti Yah's law. Yah says that we should be healed with herbs. The system in the world today run by the Europeans say that, no, it's chemicals. Your creator that created your body wants you to be healed. If you are sick, to take herbs. They basically destroyed that system. They crushed it. Anybody who decides to suggest or give you herbs for your health, they will call that person a quack and say that they have no medical license. So the one way or the other, they will find a way to eliminate that person. But they will give you chemicals. That's the medical system. Look at their insignia. Look at the medical insignia. That sign that you see with the medical system. The medical insignia. Look at it. What do you see? A snake. You see a snake right there. What does a snake represent? Satan. Should I even say anything about their entertainment industry? Who now requires the TV shows, almost every TV show has to have a gay character. That's the reason why you saw that 20 years ago, there was not much of an issue about homosexuality. But within the last 15 years, the world has gone crazy. We've gone through, like, it's now, they are praised. They are encouraged to, quote unquote, come out. So you look at all this system in the world, where is it coming from? The Chinese. Are the Chinese influencing your government, influencing you, how you dress, how you eat, how you worship? Where is this coming from? You see where it's all coming from. It's called the Western education system, the Western medical system, the Western entertainment system, the Western education, where is it coming from? So those that run the world right now, they are the ones that Satan is now using to battle against you. The Most High God said that we should not covet. Don't be lusting after something that you don't have. Something that you can't afford and you don't have. But you see how they bombard you with advertisement from television, from radio, from billboards. They bombard you and convince you that you really, really need this. You want this right now. You need this right now. That's totally against what Yah told us not to do. So you see how everything that Yah tells us to do, they totally go against that. The Bible said that you should spank your children and that they will not die. They pass law against that. The Bible says that you should educate your children from the scriptures. They force you that you must send your children to them, or else they throw you in jail. So, you see this. You can see who is the corporate here. You can see who is actively doing this today. They go around the world preaching and encouraging people to go against Yah's law. So, and the thing is that the Most High told us not to go that route, not to follow their system, not to follow their ways. Even they themselves, in Ephesians chapter 4, even they themselves was told to abandon their own way. Ephesians chapter 4. Ephesians chapter 4. Even they themselves was told that they have to begin to follow the scriptures and follow the Hebrew culture. Ephesians chapter 4. Ephesians chapter 4 from verse 17. This I say therefore and testify in Yeshua, that you should no longer walk as the rest of the Gentiles walk, in the fertility of their mind. Verse 18, Ephesians chapter 4 from verse 18. Ephesians chapter 4 from verse 18. Having their understanding darkened, being alienated from the life of Elohim because of the ignorance that is in them, because of the blindness of their heart. Verse 19. Who being past feeling have given themselves over to lewdness, to walk all uncleanness with greediness. Verse 20. But you have not so learned Christ or Hamashiach. Verse 21. If indeed you have heard him and have been taught by him, as the truth is in Yeshua. Verse 22, Ephesians chapter 4, 22. That you put off concerning your former conduct, the old man, which grows corrupt, according to the deceitful lust. Verse 23, and be renewed in the spirit of your mind. Verse 24, and that you put on a new man, which was created according to Elohim, in true righteousness and holiness. So even the Gentiles are being called to abandon their lifestyle, their culture, their ways. It's filthy, disgusting in the sight of the Most High. They promote and encourage filth, unrighteousness, and you know that. You don't see the Chinese or the Arabs or the Latins or the Africans running around the world with their ambassadors and their representative, encouraging the rest of the country to pass laws that will protect the homosexuals, that will allow people to easily access abortions. Who is doing this? The Gentiles. So who is this Gentiles? Well, Christ told us. Because I don't like to say, well, this is it. Just believe me. That's why I like to take my time and go through the scripture so that you can see it. I don't want to tell you something and say, oh, here, these are the Gentiles, or these are this, or these are these people. Just believe me. No. So you see in Ephesians chapter 4, we're dealing with the devil right here. We may go back to the marriage, to the original question, which you didn't remember. I will try to go back and pull up that question from your former Skype account and get to the question. So right now, we're dealing with your question about Satan. And we're looking at how Satan fights you today. So we see in Ephesians chapter 4 that Paul was telling the Gentiles, not the Hebrews. Please read Ephesians chapter 4 from verse 17. He was specifically telling the Gentiles to abandon their lifestyle, their culture, their ways, because it's filthy. It's disgusting in the sight of the Most High. It's lawlessness. That they should now begin to live righteously. Psalm 119 verse 172. Yah's law is righteous. Luke chapter 1 verse 5 and verse 6. Luke chapter 1 verse 5 and verse 6 describes Elizabeth and Zechariah as being righteous because they kept Yah's law blamelessly. So when you go back to Ephesians chapter 4, and Paul was calling on the Gentiles to begin to live righteously and holy. So the Gentiles are now being asked to abandon their own culture, which you know that that's not going to happen today. To abandon their culture and begin to live their life according to the scripture. This is the only way they are going to be saved. The Most High God, I guarantee you, guaranteed, the God that created the heaven and the earth will never mess or tolerate anyone that refuses to keep his laws. That's why I can look at the most of the Gentiles and I will guarantee you, and I will say it without a doubt, that most of them will not be saved. Because they are proud, rebellious, and they're very glad and happy not to keep Yah's law. And the Most High, if the Most High God will not tolerate his own people who refuse to keep his laws, if the Most High says in Amos chapter 9, verse 9 and verse 10, that he will kill off his own children, his own Hebrew people that refuse to keep his laws, what the hell in the world makes you think that the Most High will tolerate the Gentiles that refuse to keep his laws? If the Most High did not allow Moses to go into the promised land because he did not keep all of Yah's law, what the hell makes you think that the Most High would? He said that he doesn't change. So anyone who is thinking that, yeah, God is merciful, eventually he's going to just forget everything and let all of us come in, you are deluding yourself. Prophecy have told you in Amos chapter 9 verse 10 that the Hebrew Israelites that refuse to keep Yah's law will fall by the sword. Out of 100% of Israelites, Zechariah chapter 13 tells you that 2/3 will fall by the sword. Only 1/3 will be saved. Now, when I did that math, I was a little bit, I have to say I was a little bit, that got my attention. I had to kind of slow down. When I did the math, 2/3 out of 100% was 60-something percent. I think it's about 66.6% out of 100%. So more than 50% of Yah's people, he said, will be destroyed. And only 34 point something will be saved. 33 point something will be saved. Now, this is the Hebrews. So, who is the Gentiles? Well, Christ said that he will be arrested by the high priest and will be handed over to the Gentiles, and that the Gentiles will crucify him. That's what he said. Well, who did that? The Romans. Paul was specifically sent to the Gentiles. Even all the way in the book of Isaiah, the Most High God have already made a plan of how he's going to save the Gentiles. All the way back into the book of Isaiah. But it's interesting what it says in that book of Isaiah about how they were going to respond. The Most High had a plan to reach out to them, to give them an opportunity, because he is righteous. And when the time came, he sent them someone. And not only did that person go to them, so Paul went to the Gentiles. Actually, when Paul started his ministry, he was hanging around in Jerusalem. And Yeshua appeared to him. If you read in the book of Acts of Apostles, Yeshua appeared to him and told him to get out of Jerusalem because nobody was listening to him. Yeshua said, go to Rome. Paul went to Rome. This same Rome that you know today. Paul went and lived there for about 2 years, preaching to the Gentiles. Paul did not go to China. Paul did not go to Africa. Paul did not go to Latin America. Paul went to Europe. That's where the Gentiles were. and he went to them. Not only did he do his job, he also wrote things down for the later Gentiles that will come after. So according to the Bible, and looking at where Paul went to and looking at what he says in Ephesians chapter 4, Paul was speaking to the Gentiles. And he went over there. He lived over there. So they are the Gentiles, and the Gentiles were the one that Satan is, as we see in Revelation, they are that fourth kingdom that will rule the world. And that's where you see the world has pretty much been polluted by the Gentiles. Just like it says in Revelation chapter 13. It says that the rest of the world will follow after the beast and worship the beast and make an image of the beast. That's why you see the rest of the world, I don't care where you go, Africa, Asia, Latin America, anywhere you go, they are desperately trying to be like the Gentiles. They've changed their government, they've changed the way they eat, they everything. They want to be like the Gentiles. Revelation chapter 13 tells you that. And Revelation chapter 13, as of today, is talking about the Europeans. The Europeans are that fourth kingdom that will rule the world, that beast. So how did we get over here right now? Why did we come to this point? Because if you go back to Revelation chapter 13 verse 2, it says that beast will receive Satan will give his power, his throne, and his authority to that beast, to the fourth kingdom. That beast you read in Revelation chapter 13 is not a wild animal. That beast is a kingdom that will rule the world. And you can get your answer back in Daniel chapter 7. Daniel chapter 7 from verse 23 to 25 tells you, and that reminds me, please, you might want to get a pen and paper, because so you'll be able to write these things down and then look at them afterwards. I will really highly, I don't think it's a good idea for you to just listen to anything without, I think you should write these scriptures down and go investigate them yourself to make sure that they're actually saying what I say that they are saying. It wouldn't be a good idea for you to just, please get a pen and paper and write these scriptures down. So if you go to Daniel chapter 7, verse 23 to 25 tells you who the beast is. That beast is the fourth kingdom that will rule the world. You go over a little bit backwards to Daniel chapter 2. That's why I always recommend that you read Daniel chapter 2 and Daniel chapter 7. So that's the fourth kingdom that will rule the world. The first one was the Babylonians. The second was the Medes and the Persian. And then the third was the Greeks. And then the fourth was the Romans. And I can also tell you where you can see in the Bible to see how these kingdoms rule the world. Daniel chapter 2 describes the rulership of the Babylonians, how they rule the whole world. Ezra chapter 1, the book of Ezra chapter 1 will give you information about how the Persians ruled the whole world. Today, they are known as the Iranians, the modern day Iranian people, descended from the Persians that used to rule the whole world, the Persian Empire. That's the reason why you may see around your neighborhood and at the corners you see Persian restaurant. And when you go into that Persian restaurant, you're going to see an Iranian. They are the descendant of the Persian Empire. They ruled the whole world, but Yah used them a little bit differently. And Yah kept them for a reason, because he will most likely use them again. So the third was the Greeks. Alexander the Great and the Greeks, they ruled the whole world. You can read about them in 1 Maccabees. 1 Maccabees chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3. They were the third kingdom to rule the whole world. And then we come to the fourth kingdom. And you can read about them in 1 Maccabees chapter 8. 1 Maccabees chapter 8. The book of Maccabees is a history book. The book of Maccabees is a history book that documents certain things. Many of the things you see in Daniel chapter 9, Daniel chapter 10, their fulfillment was recorded in the book of Maccabees. The things that Daniel prophesied will happen, they eventually happened and they were recorded down in the book of Maccabees. So First Maccabees chapter 8, First Maccabees chapter 1, First Maccabees, First Maccabees, I know it has first and second. So you're looking at the First Maccabees from chapter 8, starting from verse 1, you will read about how the Romans took over the world, how the Romans began to rule. And according to Daniel chapter 2 and Daniel chapter 7, they will rule until Christ will come back and set up his kingdom. But also in that Daniel chapter 2, from verse 40, it tells you that that fourth kingdom will be divided. But they will still be one. They are divided, but they are still one. Just like you have the 12 tribes of Israel. Different tribes, but they are still one Israelite. It's what you have today with different countries, France, Australia, Austria, Canada, America, Britain, Germany, Spain. But it's still the same people. It's the same thing, just like you have the 12 tribes of Israel, different tribes, but they're still the same people. So, and if you look at who has been ruling the world for the past 2,000 years, and then now that we're living at the end of that fourth kingdom, who is controlling the world through the World Bank, through the World Health Organization, through the United Nations. If you look at who is controlling the world, I don't need to tell you that. If you read Daniel chapter 2 and Daniel chapter 7, you'll be able to see. So, and they are doing exactly what they're supposed to do. So that's the reason why because they are doing the work of Satan. You see, Satan cannot actually literally force you to break Yah's law. What Satan does is that he deceives you. He provides opportunity, an environment for you to be deceived into disobeying Yah's law. And that's what these people do today. Ever wonder who makes all this stuff that makes it possible for people to disobey Yah's law? So that's exactly what they do. And they're very busy doing what they're supposed to do. They're very, very busy doing what they're supposed to do. And we are supposed to resist. Just like the Most High God was the one that raised up the Babylonians. The Babylonians was the first beast. The Babylonians was the first beast. Who raised them up? The Most High God. And they took the Hebrews as slaves and took them back to Babylon. But look what happened when they began to trying to get Yah's people to disobey Yah's law. Daniel refused. If you want to kill me, okay. But I would rather, so you see Daniel, Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego. You see how who raised up the Babylonians? Yeah. But we're not going to just lay down and roll around and turn around and just give up because the Most High is the one that raised them up. No. Then we're in a bigger trouble. So you see that's what we're living in today. This current kingdom that is ruling the world is the same thing, just like they are the fourth one. And as every single one of them, minus the second kingdom, which you can read more about in Isaiah 45. Isaiah 45 gives you more information about King Cyrus the Great. The second kingdom that ruled the world. Yah used them to take his people back to Jerusalem. The rest of the other kingdoms have always oppressed the people of the Most High. Because God is the one that raised up this kingdom. God is the one that raised up the Europeans and made them great. Now, today they will take credit and give themselves credit and say that they are mighty and they are big and they did this and they developed this and they developed that. No. The Most High raised you up just like he raised up the Philistines against his people. Just like he raised up the Assyrians against his people. Just like he raised up the Babylonians against his people. The Greeks against his people. And then now you. And just like all those other kingdoms, you see that the fourth kingdom is also holding. They were the one that kicked out the Hebrews in 70 AD. Who came to Jerusalem in 70 AD and destroyed the city and the temple? The Romans. That's why I showed you the picture with the Arch of Titus. Go on YouTube and look it up. Roman invasion of Jerusalem in 70 AD. When they were done, they went back home to Europe and built the Arch of Titus. That was when the Hebrews migrated into Africa. Went over there and began to worship idols and thought that, okay, yeah, I guess Yah kicked us out of our land. Let's go stay over here. And well, guess who showed up in the 1600s? The Chinese? No. The Japanese? No. The Latin Americans? No. The same descendant of the Roman Empire showed up in the 1600s. And then that leads us to America, because for those that will say, well, America is not really part of Europe, then you don't get it. Daniel chapter 2 from verse 40 says that the fourth kingdom will be divided. Where does those that founded America, where did they came from? China? India? No, they came from Europe. So Daniel chapter 2, Daniel chapter 7, Revelation chapter 13. These three places tells you that this kingdom will be oppressing the people of the Most High, because the Most High is the one that raised up this kingdom against his people. Why? Because his people refuse to keep Yah's law. His people refuse to keep his laws. So when you look at Daniel chapter 2, Daniel chapter 7, Revelation chapter 13, you will always see where it says that the fourth kingdom will oppress Yah's people. In Luke chapter 21, which gives you information of how the real Hebrews was kicked out of their land. In Luke chapter 21, 24, Yeshua tells you that the Gentiles will trample on that land until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled. After the Hebrews was kicked out in 70 AD, just like Christ said in Luke chapter 21, the Romans took over that land and stayed there. They took it over when the Roman Empire, a lot of people say that Roman Empire collapsed. That's a joke. Roman Empire did not collapse. It simply evolved into what you have today as Europe and America. The Roman Empire did not go anywhere. That's why you go to America. They have Senate. Where do you think their Senate came from? That came from Rome. That's why you see that Arch of Titus in different states in America. Your system you have in America is the same Roman system that was pretty much copied. The buildings, your courthouses, your buildings, so we're getting somewhere here. And I hope that this is not boring, because this has a lot to do with your salvation. We're going through the scripture based on a question about Satan and how Satan is battling a sister. I just asked a question. That's why we're doing this. So eventually I'm going to change the title of this, and it will become about Satan and not about marriage. And we eventually will go back to the marriage question, that very important question about marriage for those that have lost their virginity. What's going on? What are they supposed to do now? So the Romans actually stayed in that land. Now, I will also encourage you to actually verify everything that I'm saying historically. So when you've looked at all the places that I mentioned in the Bible, please pick up your phone, go to Google and try to see if there was actually a nation called Babylonians, the Babylonian Empire. Do they actually exist? Did they existed? Babylonians, the Greeks, the Persians. Go and study from those who, go and get a different information also that is not from the Bible, just to see if this kingdom actually existed. Did the Romans actually destroy Jerusalem? Go find out go get a non-biblical source, just to be sure. And then the Romans stayed in that land. for the Roman Empire occupied that land, the land of Jerusalem, exactly like the Bible says told you that they would. And then it was eventually handed over to the British when Roman Empire dissolved into Europe and Britain. Britain took over that land. The British Empire took over that land. And then in 1948 or 1947, they now gave it to their brethren. And that's when the Jewish state was created. This is exactly what Christ told you, that when the Hebrews you need to read Luke chapter 21, the whole chapter of Luke chapter 21. Yeshua told you that when the Hebrews get kicked out, that the Gentiles will trample on that land until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled. The Gentiles will trample on the land until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled. What does that mean? The times of the Gentiles fulfilled? That takes you back to Daniel chapter 2 and Daniel chapter 7. Because the Gentiles are supposed to be ruling the world until the time that Christ will come back. And my brothers and my sister, I have been very carefully watching the fourth kingdom. I have been observing and watching the fourth kingdom, watching at the things going on and things happening to them. I can tell you right now, they are coming to their end. They are coming to their end. There's a bunch of stuff happening to them and a bunch of stuff happening. I'm going to do a presentation. There's just so many things I have to do. But Yah's willing, I'm gathering the materials. I'm going to do a presentation that will show you what I'm talking about. And even the Gentiles, they are very good in giving you answers to everything. But even the Gentiles cannot even tell you what's going on to them. They are having a low birth rate. Their women are dying of this disease that they themselves don't even have a name for. More than 300 people are dying every day from drug overdose and suicide. Like I have said in the past, I don't care how many you are in number, even if you're 300 billion. If you are a population of 300 trillion, and you're losing 300 people a day just on suicide and drug overdose, you are not going to last very long. And these are stuff happening. I don't even want to talk about Europe and the way that the Muslims have taken over Europe. London, France, Germany, Belgium. I have been watching the fourth kingdom very closely. Our salvation depends on this. Yeshua told us to watch. We have to watch. I have been watching the fourth kingdom. The things that are happening, they are coming to their end. What does that mean? It means that that kingdom of Yeshua is very, very close. It means that the kingdom of Yeshua is very, very close. If you were told to sit and wait, and that 4 kingdoms will rule, and you're sitting over there and waiting, and the first one came and ruled and collapsed and dissolved and went away. Second one came, the third one, and then the fourth one, you're literally watching it and it's like literally collapsing right in your face. Europe have been lost to the Arabs as I speak. And the Europeans will tell you that. And it's irreversible. Islam is heading towards becoming the #1 religion in the world. It's irreversible. They are allowed to marry up to 4 wives. They do this in the Middle East. They do this in Europe. They do this in London. They do this in France. They are married. Even in Europe, they marry up to 4 wives. So you have one man that will have 12 15, 16 children. While you go over to the fourth kingdom, to the Europeans, they are having 2. And many of their young girls will tell you, I don't like kids. I don't want kids. You're not going to survive. So what has happened is irreversible. What does that tell you as we're approaching? It tells you as we're literally watching this collapse in our face, the fourth kingdom collapse in our face. That tells you that the kingdom of God is very, very close. Now, the people that lived 2,000 years ago will tell you, like Yeshua told you in Matthew chapter 14, Matthew chapter 4, verse 17, Yeshua told you that the kingdom of Yah is at hand. Oh, it is so at hand right now that you should have your bag. If you want to go into the kingdom of Yah with a bag, that bag should be packed right now. That's how close we are. Because once the fourth kingdom collapses, nothing will replace it. Nothing but the kingdom of Yah. That's how close we are. And this should be alarming to everyone. This is the reason why we should not play around when it comes to keeping the law. We should not play around. If you have to be homeless and live in a tent somewhere just so you can keep the Sabbath, please do it. If you don't have a tent, I will send you a tent. If you have to lose your job just to keep the Sabbath and you're wondering how to survive and whatever, if you're genuine and you're honest, I will do whatever in my power to help you to make sure that you don't break the Sabbath. Because the Sabbath, and I'm talking about the lunar Sabbath. Why do I call it lunar? I call it lunar because it's based on the moon. Because the sun and the moon is God's calendar. The Most High God created the sun and the moon for us to use it as our calendar. Genesis 1:14 to verse 15. Genesis chapter 1 verse 14 to verse 15. Psalm 104 verse 19. Psalm 104 verse 19. 1 Samuel chapter 20. You see that the Hebrews was using the moon as their calendar. Enoch chapter 77. Sirach chapter 46. Or Sirach chapter 43 verse 6 to verse 8. These places shows that the God created the sun and the moon for us to use it as our calendar. When he told you to work for 6 days and rest on the 7th day, that 7th day is 7 days from the new moon. When we were told to celebrate the Passover on the 14th, it's 14 days from the new moon. When he tells you to circumcise your child on the 8th day, it's 8 days from the time that child was born. Not 8 days from the new moon, but the rest of the days are from the new moon. Keep the Sabbath on the 7th day. It's 7 days from the new moon. You keep your Sabbath, and then 7 days after that, you keep your Sabbath. 7 days after that, you keep your Sabbath. So you do this for 4 times in a month, and then you come to the next new moon. If you don't keep the Sabbath based on the moon, you will not be saved. If you're keeping the Sabbath on Saturday and Sunday, forget it. You are just a Christian. You will not be saved. You have to use the calendar that the Most High created. How it makes sense to you that you have to use a pagan, European-made calendar to keep the Sabbath, I don't know. I don't know how that makes sense. So the Sabbath is the foundation of our salvation, really. Why do I say this? Exodus 31, from verse 12 to verse 18. The Most High said that the Sabbath is a sign that identifies those that belongs to him. The Sabbath is a sign that identifies those that belongs to him. The Sabbath is the mark of the Most High God. That is his mark. We have been talking about the beast. The beast is not a wild animal. The beast is a kingdom of people that will rule the world. Today, they are known as the Europeans. They are the beast. They are the fourth kingdom according to Daniel chapter 7 and Daniel chapter 8. The Europeans are that fourth kingdom that will rule the world, and they are ruling right now, and you're living within their rulership right now. The Chinese are not ruling the world. The Africans are not ruling the world right now. Not the Latin Americans. It's the Europeans. Dollar is the world's reserve currency. So if a country in West Africa and a country in Latin America, say Nigeria, say Venezuela, wants to trade with each other, they have to use the dollar. They have no choice. That shows you who is really in charge. America has more than 800 military bases around the world. Saddam Hussein was executed, was killed for being accused, falsely accused of having a nuclear weapon. But the Americans can go anywhere in the world and kill anyone, and nobody will say anything. George Bush is a free man today. Tony Blair, the ex-British Prime Minister, is a free man today, walking around in their ranches or wherever they live. If any other man, any other president did what they did, that president will be executed, will be killed. I'm trying to point to you who is really in charge if you don't know that. If you go around the world today, most countries practice what they call democracy. And it's a Western system. Your fashion, go around the world. Anywhere you go, you're going to see people in suits and ties. Women with tight pants so tight that you wonder how they're even breathing. These are all quote-unquote Western culture. That's the rest of the world making an image of the beast. That's not what we're studying right now, but I have a video coming up that I'm going to be uploading very soon that will give you more information about the mark of the beast. So when the Europeans in the 1500s made the Gregorian calendar, it says in Daniel chapter 7 verse 23 to 25, that the beast will think to change the times and the feast days, the times and the laws. Daniel 7, 23 to 25. That fourth kingdom will think to change the times and the laws. It's very, very beautifully translated in the New Living Translation and in NIV. It tells you that the beast will think to change the feast days of the Hebrew, the feast days of the people of the Most High, their feast days and their laws. The moon and the sun is the instrument that the Most High God gave us for us to use for timekeeping, for us to use it as our timekeeping system. The sun comes up in the morning and goes up and then go down. When you see the sun all the way up in the sky, you know that, oh, this is midday. When the sun is all the way going down to the west, you know, oh, it's about to get dark. This is night. When the very first crescent of the moon, when you don't see the moon at all, the Bible in the book of Enoch, chapter 77, tells you in verse 14 that when the moon is dark, that is the new moon. So I'm not just making it up. So for all those people out there that are saying that Don't let someone who is not keeping the Sabbath based on the moon give you any information about that. That's ridiculous. So for those that are saying that the full moon is the new moon, that's ridiculous. The oldest scripture ever, the oldest book ever written in the history of mankind, the oldest book that was ever written, tells you in chapter 77 that when the moon is dark, that is the new moon day. That's what it says in the book of Enoch. So when you don't see the moon, when the moon is dark, that's the new moon day. That evening, the first crescent of the moon will come out. The next day you go back to your work and you work for 6 days and you rest on the 7th day. So the Most High gave us the sun and the moon as our time-keeping instrument. That was exactly what the Europeans changed by deciding to stop using the moon and giving you a man-made calendar and giving you your watch. The calendar on your wall and on your phone now replaces the moon as the calendar, and yet they call it the moon. So that word month actually comes from the moon. Your watch now replaces the sun. And you may wonder, how is it possible? You may be scratching your head and wondering, is it really possible to tell the time of the day by looking at the sun? Yeah. If you learn it. If that's the only option you have, like your ancestors, you can easily learn it. Just like you can tell which day of the month or week we are in by the moon. If you see a full moon, you know that this is 2 weeks into the month. This is the middle of the month. If you see a new moon, a full moon, that's the middle of the month. So it's easy to learn. But if you have been using a different system, then you wouldn't really be able to use it. So where does that come from? The calendar that we use today, it comes from the Europeans, the beast. And they are the one that gave you Saturday worship and Sunday worship. That's the mark of the beast. Because the Most High said in Exodus chapter 31, Exodus 31 from verse 12 to 18, that his Sabbath days, Sabbaths, all his Sabbaths, that's the weekly Sabbath, the Passover, the Feast of Unleavened Bread, the Day of Atonement, the Feast of Weeks, all his Sabbath days is the mark that identifies those that belongs to him. So if you're observing these holy days, you have God's mark. What you can do is if you read in your Bible, you're going to see sign. The Most High said that his Sabbath days is his sign that identifies those that belongs to him. But I encourage you to go to the Strongs. Go to Strong Concordance and look up the word sign there. Go into your regular dictionary and look up the meaning of mark. And look up the meaning of sign. It means the same thing. It means the same thing. I have a bunch of bottled water right here. Let me put a sign on this bottled water over here so that I will be able to identify which one is which, because I have a bunch of bottled waters. A bunch of bottled water. Let me put a sign on this one over here so I'll be able to identify which one is which. Or let me put a mark over on this one. Mark and sign is the same thing. And you can see that in the book in Strong's, Strong Concordance, or in a regular dictionary. The Bible translators chose to use the word sign in Exodus chapter 31, and then in Revelation chapter 13, they use the word mark. So God's Sabbath days is his mark. If you're not keeping the Sabbath, you have the mark of the beast, because that was the whole purpose and the agenda of the beast, which is powered by Satan. Revelation 13 verse 2. They get their power, their authority, and their throne from Satan. So worshiping on Sunday or on Saturday, or not keeping the Sabbath at all, you have the mark of the beast. you have the mark of the beast. If you are not keeping Yah's Sabbath day based on his lunar calendar, based on his calendar, you automatically by default have the mark of the beast. Isaiah chapter 66, verse 22 and 23. Isaiah 66, 22 and 23. The Most High said that from one new moon to another, and one Sabbath to another, one new moon to the next, and one Sabbath to another, that all flesh will come and worship before him. This is talking about the kingdom. This is not right now. As the new heaven and the new earth which he will make will last, that from one new moon to the next and one Sabbath to the next. So even in the kingdom, the Most High is we're going to be using his calendar and keeping his feast days and keeping his Sabbath days. This is in the kingdom. That will begin to show you how ridiculous it is to say that the Sabbath has been done away with. Isaiah 66, 22 and 23. That's where it says this. So, Sunday worship, Saturday worship, that's the mark of the beast. Remember who the beast is. The beast is the Europeans. When you read Revelation chapter 13, you're reading about the modern day Europeans as it is today. That's the fourth kingdom that will rule the world. And that fourth kingdom, according to Daniel chapter 2, will be different from all the rest of the kingdoms that came before that. That's the reason why Daniel was very much interested about that fourth kingdom. Daniel wanted to know more about the fourth kingdom. He was very much interested about the fourth kingdom because the fourth kingdom was different from the rest of the kingdoms. So if Daniel, who was living within the first kingdom, was so interested about learning about the fourth kingdom, what about us who are now living in the fourth kingdom? So when you see the way they are promoting lawlessness, Yah's lawlessness, they've pretty much replaced all of Yah's law with their own laws. The reason why this is dangerous and little for us is that when you, for example, when you read 2 Corinthians chapter 6, 2 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 17 and verse 18. 2 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 17 and 18 says, "Come out from among them and be ye separate. Touch nothing unclean, and I will receive you to myself. I will receive you to myself. You will be sons and daughters to me, and I will be a father to you." So, this is a quick overview. I have something coming up very soon that I've been working on that will give you a very detailed information that will break down Daniel chapter 2, Daniel chapter 7, and Revelation chapter 13, and give you information as to who, give you a little bit more information. I didn't show anything right now, but you will see a little bit more information on that. But I still recommend that you read Daniel chapter 2 and Daniel chapter 7 and Revelation chapter 13. Just like the Babylonians was the first kingdom. Just like the Babylonians was the first kingdom and the Hebrews was in Babylon as slaves. And you see that Daniel did not yield or disobey Yah by obeying the Babylonians. When the Babylonians make their laws and try to get him to disobey Yah, he refused. Today you see Hebrews that will open their mouth and tell you, well, we are in captivity. Yeah, you are in captivity and you're going to remain in captivity and you will die in captivity if you don't want to keep the law. Because Daniel did not say that. They didn't say that. They didn't just, no. You went into captivity because your ancestors was breaking the law. So it doesn't make sense for you to continue to break the law and say that you're in captivity. You're not going to put on your tassel because you say you're in captivity. By the way, you are no longer in captivity. The captivity have expired. Your ancestors was in captivity. because they were forcefully taken to the Americas by force. They couldn't escape. If they escape and they get caught, they get branded with hot iron plus the lynchings. These were the things that the Bible tells you that was going to happen about the people of the Most High. But today you can simply go to your post office and get your passport and get out. You can go to any country you want to. You're not in captivity. Yeah, in captivity means that you can't go anywhere. So for those that are saying, oh, we're in captivity, no, you're not in captivity, then you don't know what maybe you should go study what a captivity means. Your ancestors was in captivity. They couldn't leave. You can leave if you want to. And you will want to leave. Revelation chapter 18. Revelation chapter 18 is talking about America. In verse 4, the Most High said, come out of her, my people, lest you partake in her sin and go through her plagues. And also in Isaiah chapter 47, it's also talking about America. In chapter 48, the Most High begins to talk to his people. In verse 20, Isaiah 48 verse 20, Yah says, deliver thyself from her, from the daughter of Babylon. Deliver thyself. And I hear Hebrew Israelites today that will say, well, Yah is going to deliver us. Yah will deliver us. No, he has already warned you to get out. There has never been in history of mankind where the Most High physically just delivered his people. He always tells them to go. Go. When you begin to go, then he can help you. But he will give you a warning to go. And that warning has been given. But most Hebrew Israelites say, Yah will come and deliver us. And they relax. You should be packing your bag. You should be making your plans. You should be saving your money. You should be getting out. So, again, back to Daniel and Shadrach and Meshach. They did not disobey Yah's law because they were in captivity. They did not disobey Yah's law because they were living under the first kingdom. Yah would have been very angry with Daniel and Shadrach and Meshach if they had disobeyed his law because the first kingdom, which is the Babylonians, was forcing them to do so. Yah would have been very angry at them. So Yah is the one that raised up these nations, but Yah now wants us to resist their pressure when they pressure us to disobey Yah's law. These nations are typically hidden, as you can see in Ephesians chapter 4 that we read earlier. They are typically hidden in nature, meaning that they don't know Yah. This is real. This is deep stuff, what we're going through right now. So when you yield to their lifestyle, when you yield to the thing, take for example, Yah says that, let me start with the men. The Bible clearly tells us we're not supposed to shave our beard and be clean shaven. But most people are clean shaven today. Most men are clean shaven. Now, most men will tell you, oh, I'm clean shaven because I want to be clean shaven. No, you're not. You're not clean shaven because you want to be clean shaven. You've been conditioned to be clean shaven. Your dad saw his father shaving every morning. And he himself, when he grew a beard, he began to do it. You saw your dad shaving every morning. And you thought it was okay. And now your children are seeing you doing the same thing every morning. So no, you're not shaving because you want to be shaved. You are shaving because you want to look like a Gentile. You're shaving because that's what seems to be the norm. 2 Kings chapter 10. 2 Kings chapter 10. You will clearly see that it was a shameful thing for a man to be clean shaven. Because the Most High says in Leviticus 19:27 that we shouldn't destroy the edges of our beard. When you take that clipper and put it right here and you push it down, you're destroying the edges of your beard. These are the edges of your beard right here. When you're clean shaven, you're destroying the edges of your beard. The reason why you shave is because you want to look like a Gentile. You want to be accepted. You don't want to, quote unquote, look unkept. You want to look like a Gentile. You want to look like your enemy. The Bible tells us in Proverbs, envy not your oppressor. Proverbs 3:31. Envy not your oppressor. Men that shave today, they are shameless. Any man that shaves his beard is a shameless man. Shameless. And a foolish man. Only a fool will do that. This is part of your manhood. When you shave, you're shaving because you've been conditioned to do that. You just want to fit in, you want to be accepted, you want to look like everyone else. When you're God, there's a reason why your God gave you a beard. And if you shave, you are a fool. And I will say it in the face of any man. Any man that shaves is a fool. To get rid of something that your God gave you. Because you want to look like a Gentile. Because the Gentiles have normalized it. Well, we have a situation in Ephesians chapter 4 that tells us that the Gentiles are alienated from God. Ephesians chapter 4 from verse 17. Ephesians chapter 4 from verse 17 describes the Gentiles for you. They typically don't know God. They are hidden in nature. That's why Paul was telling them to begin to keep the law and live a righteous lifestyle, holy life, a life that is based on the law. So today, I saw a woman, a Arab woman yesterday in a place almost like a mall. Almost every woman in there was wearing either a tight jeans, either a short skirt, like whatever they're wearing is tight. But this woman from head to toe covered. She was wearing this long dress all the way down. I can't remember the last time I saw a woman that beautiful, with not her face, but the dressing, with her covering. When you see that, you say, oh, she's doing it because she's a Muslim. No, that's how the Hebrew women dressed. Genesis 24, Numbers chapter 5, verse 18. Many places. 1 Corinthians chapter 11. That's the reason why when you ever wonder why you see the picture of Mary. When you see the picture of Mary. Okay, let me take that back. Ever wonder whenever you see that picture that they will tell you that this is Mary's picture? Have you ever seen a picture that they tell you that this is Mary's picture where she has no veil? Do you notice the similarity between that picture and the Muslim women you see today? Whenever you see the picture of Mary, quote unquote, no, that's not Mary's picture. But those that gave you that picture knows what Hebrew women dress like. You will never see a picture. They will never show you a picture and say, this is Mary's picture, and then she has no veil. That will never happen because they know what the Bible says about the Hebrew women in terms of their dressing. Same way you will never see a picture that anybody will show you and say, this is the picture of Christ, and he has no beard. They will never do that because they know that you will immediately be, oh no, something is wrong. He's supposed to have a beard because Hebrews have beards. When you see the Catholic nuns, the Catholic sisters, the nuns, you see how they dress? Complete covering. Now, your mom, Eve, the mother of us all, our mother Eve, if you love your hair and you want to show your hair to the world, like people will say, unfortunately, you can't do that right now. That can only be seen by your husband or family members, like your children. Your hair has to be covered when you go out in public. Now, if you think that that's unfair or that's not good, I would say hold on a little bit, because very soon we're going to come up to a point where you will most likely see Eve. And then you can go and ask her why she decided to disobey Yah in the garden. Because after she did that, a lot of things began to happen. A lot of restrictions was given. A lot of things changed. Because Yah's deal is, you keep my law, things will go this way. You disobey my law, things will go this way. If you choose to keep my law, this is what's going to happen. If you choose to disobey my law, this is what's going to happen. Well, they choose to disobey. So when you deal with your monthly period, now that you're required that you have to cover your hair, and really cover your hair like the Muslims do, not like half, not like halfway, but full coverage of your hair. These are restrictions that has now been put on us. You are now required that you must submit to a man. The men have their own restrictions. He now have to work hard. It's actually a sin for a man not to actually work. If you, for whatever reason, you want to sit around and try to make money or whatever, find a shortcut, that's a sin. If I decide that I don't want to work anymore, unless if I had worked a lot and invested and I sit and that investment will be coming in, that's different. But any man that sits around and want to find a shortcut and a loophole to make money, you are committing sin. You're actually literally sinning against the Most High God. Because that's one of the things that Yah now put on us, that we now have to work hard. So for those men that sit around and allow their wife to go to work, to go make money, first of all, shame on you. Second of all, you are sinning against the Most High. I see a lot of Hebrews beginning to do this. They now sit around and babysit the children while the wife is out working. First of all, shame on you. Second of all, you need to stop breaking Yah's law. That's a sin for a man to not work. You have to actually have a skill. You have to be able to provide for your family. Was it Yah's intention in the beginning? No. But after that sin, a lot of things now went in place. So it's same thing with dressing for women. You cannot dress like a Gentile woman. You cannot do that. If you are a man, back to the men, if you are a man and you clean shave your beard, I know you're not going to take me serious. I'm just like a crazy guy, I know. But I'm going to warn you anyways. If you clean shave your beard, I'm laughing because the reason why I laugh is that, there's a time coming when you will say, had I known. Had I known. But the problem is that at that point, it will be too late. So if I say that you are not going to be saved or you will go to hell, that's way, I'm talking about immediate punishment. Immediate punishment. Yah will destroy most of the Gentiles and those that refuse to keep his laws, including his people. You will be among those people. And I know that sounds like, oh, okay, well, let me wait till then. No, it's going to happen, like nuclear destruction. Most people that understand the world politics and what's going on in the world right now will tell you that World War III is coming. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when that war will break out. But like it says in Thessalonians, when they say peace, 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 before they know it, boom, the sudden destruction will come. That's the way America is going to go down, and that's the way that World War III is going to break out. It will catch people off guard. You might want to read Revelation chapter 18. That's the reason why the ship merchant, those people that bring up the junk, from China, the Walmart, the toys and all this stuff made in China, they will be in the sea and they will look towards that nation and they see the smoke of her burning and they will be scared to go close because they will know what happened. They know that this is a nuclear destruction and you don't go close by when a nuclear bomb goes off because you will die from the radiation. Revelation 18, read it. So when I talk about that God is going to punish you, I know it may sound like, okay, let me wait till then. No, this is going to start any moment from now. Isaiah 24. Isaiah chapter 24 from verse 1. Isaiah 24 from verse 1 to verse 6. Isaiah 24 from verse 1 to verse 6. The Most High tells you how this is going to go down. Malachi chapter 4 also from verse 1 to verse 6. Malachi chapter 4 from verse 1 to verse 6. So that's why I say that any man that shaves his beard is a fool. Because you have the chance to keep the law right now. You have the chance to repent right now. This is the time to repent. You have the chance to do this right now. But you can choose to continue living your lives like a Gentile. Most Gentiles will be destroyed. All the Hebrews that refuse to keep Yah's law will be destroyed. So if God is going to destroy his own people that refuse to keep his laws, what the hell do you think he will do to the Gentiles? But unfortunately today, most of the things that we do, we now live like the Gentiles. We eat like the Gentiles. We dress like the Gentiles. Everything we do, we worship like the Gentiles. And if you have begun to keep the law, you are trying to get yourself away from the system of the Gentiles. And kudos to you for trying to do that. Is it going to be easy? No. They will laugh at you. They will mock you. They will say you're living in the Stone Age, that you're crazy. You've joined a cult. Which Bible are you even reading? Who is your pastor? What church do you go to? They're saying all these things to mock you. But you are not going to be the first or the last person to find themselves in that situation. Imagine the ridicule and the humiliation that Noah and his family must have gone through. But then at the end, who was laughing and who was regretting? I recommend the book of Apocrypha of Elijah. It gives you a look into the future. It was a prophecy that gives you a look into the future of how the world is people in the world will be regretting not keeping the laws of the Most High. They will be regretting not keeping the laws of the Most High. And they will be crying and blaming Satan for deceiving them. Because that's what Satan does. So if you are a man and you're not, why am I using beard as an example? Because it's symbolic. So when you hear me talk about tassel and beard and head covering, these are symbolic. If you refuse to grow your beard, if you refuse to cover your head as a woman, if you refuse to put on a tassel as a man or woman, you will most likely not keep other laws. You will most likely not do it. So I'm using things that we can see, physical things. As an example, there's many other laws that we're supposed to keep. These are just the ones to get started. It doesn't take much to stop shaving your beard. It doesn't take much to stop being clean-shaven, as they will say, clean-shaven. So all the men that do this, all the men that shave off, I'm using it as an example. It doesn't mean that that's the only thing that you need to do. No, there are many. You have to keep the Sabbath. You have to learn the difference between clean and unclean. Very soon we're going to study that, about clean and unclean. Very important. It's also important for the women. When you're in your period, you can't be praying to the Most High when you're in your period, or touching the scriptures, or going into the Yah's house. We're going to study all that in the near future. So there's a lot more laws behind this. I'm just using things that we can see. And if you can't wear a head covering as a Hebrew woman, if you can grow your beard as a Hebrew man, but then you're not going to be able to do all the other ones, because we have to do it all. We have to do it all. And it's easy to do if you want to. The Christians have told you that it's not easy. Nobody can do it. So that's for men. Any man that refuses to keep Yah's law is doomed, and will soon, very soon, the Most High will gather together all those that are keeping his law right now. Revelation chapter 3 verse 10. Revelation 3:10. Christ told you, because you have persevered to keep my commands, I will keep you from the great hour of trial that will come upon the whole world. Revelation 3:10. Malachi chapter 3 from verse 14. You will also see what the Most High said. Malachi chapter 3 from verse 14 all the way down to the end. You will see what the Most High said. He will very soon gather and protect those that are keeping his law right now. Right now, what's going on right now is exactly what Yeshua says in Matthew 24. That before he returns, it will be as it was in the time of Noah. What happened in the time of Noah? Noah and his family was keeping the law. The rest of the world was not. Who got rescued and protected from the destruction? Those who were keeping the law. Yeshua told you that before he comes back, it will be as it was in the time of Noah, and that lawlessness will abound. That's what we're living in right now. So one of the most stupid and foolish thing anybody will do today is to not keep Yah's law. It's so foolish. If you really understand world politics right now and what's going on, this can break out any moment. Like literally any moment. That so-called World War III will break out any moment. Any moment. That's how close we are. As we are right now, there are people on the ground in America, in Russia, in different countries who are just sitting there right now in their nuclear bunkers. They just sit there until evening. They go home. Those that work night will come and sit there. They just sit and wait for order to press the button. To press the button, and that bomb will go off. And once that bomb goes off, that's it. The rest will be history. Because the country that is attacked will retaliate. Their friends will also retaliate. And all hell, like when people say all hell will break loose, all hell is about to break loose. That's why Yah told you in Isaiah 24, that by the time this is over, very few men will be left in the world, in the earth. Isaiah chapter 24 from verse 1 to 6. Isaiah 24, chapter 24, verse 1 to verse 6. That's when it begins to happen, people will think, oh, it's World War III. Oh, it's just a matter of time. It's going to be a judgment from the Most High, punishment. And Yah will make this to begin. And it's going to catch people off guard. It will catch people off guard. This is what Yeshua was telling you in Luke chapter 21. Luke chapter 21. This is what Yeshua was telling you. So when I sound like I'm rude, when I sound like I'm rude, I'm insulting people, I am using harsh words, I'm arrogant. When it sounds like I don't really care, I'm trying to wake up those who will wake up. It's like like the house is like smoking, and the house is about to like explode, and bunch of people are laying around sleeping. If I'm just pushing you, can you please get up? You most likely not get up. I'm pinching you right now. When it sounds like I'm insulting you, I'm pinching you. I know exactly what I'm saying. I know exactly the words that I'm using. Because for a long time, the messengers of Yah have tried to speak to the people, Yah's people very slowly, respectfully, kindly. Yah's people don't want to listen. But as soon as somebody calls you name, it gets your attention. As soon as somebody insults you, it gets your attention. So I'm psychologically pinching you. When you are in a house and you are asleep, and a bunch of people in that house, and the house is about to explode, smoking, some gas, there's a gas leak, and the house is going to explode, and you're laying down there, would you rather have someone to come there and pet you and like, could you please get up? Please get up. Or would you like somebody to give you a slap in your cheek and drag you out of that house? That's what I'm doing psychologically to you right now. For you to wake up. And I will pinch you if I have to. Are you going to be happy? No. You're going to be very, very offended that I pinched you. But later on, if you're smart, if you're not a foolish person, you will realize, you know what, that hurts. You hurt my feeling, but thank you. I will want someone to do that to me. Because for a long time, you may have been hearing about the judgment of God and how it's going to happen. Judgment day. No, we're talking about something that will start any moment right now. All the instruments are ready. You have to read Isaiah 24, verse 1 to verse 6. Malachi chapter 4, verse 1 to verse 6. Amos chapter 9, verse 5. Isaiah chapter 66, verse 16. These places was talking about fire, 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 fire. Revelation chapter 17. At the end of Revelation chapter 17, it says that Yah will put it in the heart of those that will burn that woman with fire. Yah will put it in the heart of those that will burn that woman with fire. Who is the woman? The woman is nations, kingdoms, country. Is usually described as a woman. Ezekiel chapter 23 shows you this. Example, Ezekiel 23 describes two sisters. They are not like little sisters. It's a nation, nations. It tells you at the end of Revelation chapter 17 that the Most High God will put it in the heart of those that will burn that woman with fire. So we're not talking about some judgment day that will happen like in all the way into the future. This will start any moment. That's the reason why it tells you in Thessalonians that when they say peace, 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 sudden destruction will strike. Those guys who are in those undergrounds, one of them will go up to that computer and punch in the code and press the button. The missile will lift up and it will go on, and that's it. That's it. No going back. People will die in billions, in millions. And by the time it's over, the Most High himself tells you the way the world is going to be in Isaiah 24. Very few people will be left. But also in that Isaiah 24, it tells you the reason why the Most High will do this. Because people broke his laws. and violated his everlasting covenant. What is that everlasting covenant that the Most High was speaking about in Isaiah 24? The prophecy in Isaiah 24 has not been fulfilled. What was that everlasting covenant that he was talking about? Well, the answer is found in Exodus chapter 31 from verse 12 to verse 18. Exodus 31, 12 to 18. His Sabbath days that's his covenant that he was talking about. The everlasting covenant. That's the reason why I say that your salvation depends on keeping the Sabbath and other laws. But the Sabbath is the foundation. The Sabbath is the law, is the thing that's the mark. That's Yah's mark. If you're not keeping the true biblical Sabbath based on the moon, you will not only be destroyed, not only that you will not be saved, but you will go through the wrath of Yah. And this will start any moment. I am watching the world politics, what's going on in the world. Yeshua said in Luke chapter 21. Luke chapter 21 from verse 34. Luke 21 from verse 34. I recommend reading the whole chapter of the book of Luke 21. You will learn so much. But in Luke 21 from verse 24, he said this, speaking of what we are looking at. Yeshua said, but take heed to yourselves. Yeshua was talking about the things that will happen in the later days, that will happen in the future. As of the time he was saying these things, that was the future prophecy. He said in verse 34, Luke 21 from verse 34, but take heed to yourselves, lest your heart be weighed down with carousing, drunkenness, and cares of this life, and that day come on you unexpectedly. For it will come as a snare on all those who dwell on the face of the whole earth. Watch therefore and pray always that you may be counted worthy to escape all these things that will come to pass and to stand before the Son of Man. This takes us back to the fourth kingdom. Most of the systems in the world today has been put in place by the fourth kingdom. The food system, these multinational corporations, Monsanto, and all these, Nestle, Kellogg, all these companies, they even go as far as putting pork, swine's flesh on toothpaste. Now, why anybody will want to put pork, something from pig, on a toothpaste, I have no idea. Because there are other toothpaste available that that works, that you don't have to put pork in it. But that's to show you who you're dealing with. Sister asked a question earlier on, which led us into this part right now, about dealing with Satan, struggling and trying to resist Satan's temptations. That's why we're studying this. The Most High said, I don't even know, where should I begin? The Most High said that you should educate your children only from the Torah. They force you that you have to take your children to school or you go to jail. Now, I'm not even, for those of you who has been here long enough, you know what the filth and the abominations that goes on in those education system. You will send out a little girl to high school. By the time she comes back, she has lost her virginity. She knows so much about sex. These are things that goes on there. Same thing with the boys. They begin to have boyfriends and girlfriends. We don't do that. You can't do that. The Most High doesn't want us to do that. We do something called betrothing, though, according to the scripture. Your son can have a girl be betrothed to him, but they cannot have sex until their wedding night. A girl is usually betrothed, and when she sees her period, she's ready for marriage, according to 1 Corinthians chapter 7 from verse 36. But today, the fourth kingdom now have told you that, oh, no, she needs to finish college before she gets married. What happens, but by the time she finishes college, she has had multiple boyfriends, have lost her virginity, which is initially, for those of you who are seeing the title of the video, that's what the question was about initially, before the sister asked the second question, and we are dealing with the second question. Eventually, we'll go back to the first question, maybe today or some other day, or next Tuesday. We'll go back to the second question. The first question about marriage. So according to the Most High, a girl have to keep her virginity until her wedding night. No boyfriend, no having sex before marriage. But these are things that your children, that will happen to you. These are things that happen to you, that will also happen to your children when you send them into the school system. And they don't teach Yah's law in those school system. I got a call from a young man some time ago. Most likely he saw one of my videos about beards, and he was trying to ask me what to do, because the high school where he goes tells him that he must shave his beard. Now here you have I think he was about 16 years old or something like that. He's beginning to grow his beard, and he wants to leave his beard. But the high school was requiring him that he must shave according to the dress code of the school. So the Most High said that they gave men beards, that they have to have their beard, Leviticus 19:27. But the high school has a dress code that says that he cannot have a beard. You see the situation you put your children into. Where does this come from? The fourth kingdom. They are the ones doing this. Most careers that women go into today, nursing, police, whatever, you have to wear pants. That's an unofficial uniform. For high school girls, they have to wear pants. She has to wear pants. In the Catholic schools, they require them to wear pants. In the Christian schools, it's a requirement because they have uniforms. In the regular high schools, it's not required, but it's unofficially required because they see every other girls wearing pants. But the Most High said in Leviticus, Deuteronomy 22 verse 5, a woman shall not wear that which pertains unto a man. A woman cannot wear anything that pertains unto a man, not even a man's hat. Now back to the pant. Some people will say, oh, back then they were wearing skirts. They were wearing long robes. Oh yeah, I'm wearing a robe right now. This is a Hebrew robe. I'm wearing a robe right now, and you can clearly see my pants if I stand up. You can clearly see my pants. My robe is all the way down to around my knee. That's it. In Leviticus first in Exodus the Most High describes that the priest, Exodus chapter 28, verse 40 to 43. Exodus 28, 40 to 43. The Most High said that Moses should make bridges, which is trouser, for the sons of Aaron. Some Bible translation will go as far as telling you that it's pants. Look it up. Exodus 28, verse 40 to verse 43. The Most High said that Moses should make pants for the sons of Aaron. These are men, the priests. In Leviticus chapter 6, verse 10, you will also see something similar. But you may see, depending on the translation that you're reading, you may see breeches. That's why I always recommend that you have to have two different translations. It's good to study and look up the same word in different translations and see. That word breeches, if you look it up even in dictionary, it's pant. So the idea that pant was not around back then is a foolish idea made by rebellious men and women. Pant is for men. No woman that really understands what's going on and cares about their salvation will really mess with that. Just like Yah told Noah to build an ark, and then Yah stepped back and then watched. The Most High is watching right now. And there's actually a prophecy that says exactly what I'm talking about. Malachi chapter 3. That's a prophecy. It hasn't been fulfilled yet. Malachi chapter 3, starting from verse 14. Malachi chapter 3 from verse 14. Malachi chapter 3 from verse 14 all the way into chapter 4, all the way to verse 6. So when you read Malachi chapter 3 from verse 14, you get to the end of chapter 3, you continue from verse 4, from chapter 4, which is the same thing. You continue from chapter 4 to verse 6. You will see that the Most High is watching. There are some people right now who are saying, oh, we don't have to keep God's law. It's done away with. We don't have to keep God. It was nailed on the cross. We don't have to keep it. What do we gain by keeping God's law? We're saved by grace. You're going back to the bondage. Yah is watching. And then there are those that say, there are those that come together and they're like, no, we have to keep the law. The Most High tells you how he's going to gather those people, how he's going to protect those people. But those who refuse to keep his laws, they will be destroyed. This is deep. This is serious. This is not a joke. This is not a child's play. We don't have time. There are two ends. Yeshua said that whoever endures to the end. There are two ends. He said that whoever endures to the end, he is the one that will be saved. Whoever endures to the end will be saved. Whoever endures to the end. One end is when Yah's wrath begins. When he gathers those that are keeping his laws to safety so that he can punish the rest of the world. That's one end. Second, the other end is death. When I take my last breath, that's the second end. So whatever I'm doing, whichever comes first. So if I'm breaking Yah's law and I die, that's it. If I'm struggling and I'm trying to keep Yah's law and I'm trying and then I die, that's good. Death means nothing. Really. Death is not an escape when it comes to the Most High. Death means that your life of your chapter has been closed and you go and wait. Those that don't keep Yah's law while they are alive, they've squandered their opportunity. I describe them as fools. I describe anyone who is not keeping Yah's law as a foolish person. A fool. I am not here to entertain anyone. If you feel that this is too harsh or whatever, then go to Joel Osteen, and he will surely make you feel good with his encouraging words. So, as we see the whole system in the world, and speaking of those who don't keep Yah's law, we have an incident that happened that was recorded in the scriptures, in the Torah, where the Most High was not happy with the Israelites. I just want to give you guys an idea for some of you that have seen my videos and you wonder, why does he speak to people like that? Why does he say certain things? So there was one incident that happened where the Most High was not happy with the Israelite, and the whole Israelite, babies, old people, grandmas and grandpas, was out crying and pleading with Yah to forgive them. One Israelite walked in with a foreign woman and went straight to his tent, most likely going to have sex with her. And there was an Israelite that saw that and was very furious. He was very, very furious when he saw that. Here you have it where we are in trouble with the Most High, and we're pleading with the Most High to see if he will forgive us. And this man comes back with a foreign woman and heads straight to his tent. This Hebrew Israelite went after them, went into that tent, took a knife and stabbed two of them to death. He stabbed them to death. He killed two of them. Now, in a modern day, controlled by the fourth kingdom, the Gentiles, that man will be arrested and will be put in prison for murder, for killing someone. But when he did this, the Most High stopped punishing the Israelites. And the Most High actually was happy by what this man did. The Most High was happy. The Most High, his anger went away because of this. The point I'm trying to make is that when Hebrews are constantly breaking Yah's law, you see, it affects all of us. If all of us will begin to keep Yah's law, if all of us will begin to do this, things will be easier. Yah's mercy will approach much faster. His forgiveness, his mercy, because we have to stop breaking the law before Yah will forgive. I mean, we can't keep breaking his law and be expecting mercy and forgiveness. That's ridiculous. That's what Paul was telling you in Romans chapter 6. Are we going to continue sinning so that grace may abound? That doesn't make any sense. 1 John 3:4, sin is the transgression of the law. So the first thing we need to do is that we have to repent. We have to start keeping his laws. That's the first thing we need to do. So when some of us are keeping it and some of us are not, you may find that amusing. I don't. I have a problem with anyone that breaks Yah's law. 1 John chapter 5 said that this is the love of Yah, that we keep his commandment. 1 John chapter 5. This is the love of Yah, that we keep his commandment. 1 John chapter 2 from verse 3. By this we know that we know him, if we keep his commandment. Anyone that claims to know him but doesn't keep his commandment is a liar. In Psalm 139, David said that I hate them that hate thee with righteous hatred. David, a man after Yah's heart, said that he hates those that hate Yah. Yeshua says in John chapter 14 verse 15, if you love me, keep my commandment. So those that deliberately refuse to keep Yah's law, they hate Yah. And I hate them also because they are making things difficult for us. They are making Yah to turn his face away from us. I don't like anyone that breaks it, especially those that do it deliberately, those that knows about it and refuse to do it. And I don't tolerate them in terms of on a personal level. Anyone who is breaking Yah's law is rebellious to Yah. And Yah is watching to see how you're going to treat that person. If you are friendly, like, I'm not saying don't say good morning or good evening or hi or hello. That's not what I'm saying. But if you tolerate that person and you deal with them and you tolerate them and you do all this, that says a lot to the Most High about you, how you see his law. That's why it says in 2 Corinthians chapter 6 from verse 14. 2 Corinthians chapter 6 from verse 14. Do not be unequally yoked with an unbeliever. That's not talking about Christian belief. It's talking about those who don't believe in keeping the law. Because he goes on to tell you what union has light with darkness, lawlessness and righteousness. You see, it's comparing lawlessness and righteousness, light and darkness. So he wasn't talking about those who don't believe in God. He's talking about those who don't believe in keeping the law, don't have anything to do with them. If you go back to 1 Corinthians chapter 5, you will actually see Paul telling the congregation to hand over a man that was committing sexual sin so that that man will be killed. You will never hear this one in the church. They will not quote that part of Paul. No, they don't quote Paul saying that. Paul was saying that a brother in the church should be killed for committing sexual sin. And not physical killing, not spiritual, physical. This is deep. This is the reason why the Most High or Yeshua did not tolerate those that break Yah's law. He will turn on you so fast as soon as you begin to go against Yah's law. And he doesn't tolerate or mess with those that break Yah's law. Those that don't know Yah's law, but they have a humble spirit and they want to learn, they want to begin to keep Yah's law, Yeshua was very kind to them. I have no problem with someone like that. All of us was once ignorant. That's not an issue. That's not a problem. The problem are those that are physically rebellious. Those that will give you bunch of reasons. Either we are in captivity, so we don't have to put on our tassel. The Saturday has always been the 7th day. Back then they were wearing skirts. Trouser is a new thing, so that's why I have to wear trouser. Because when someone is rebellious against Yah's law, they don't typically come out and tell you, oh yeah, I'm rebellious. No. During the time of Yeshua, the Israelites was not keeping Yah's law. They were not keeping Yah's law. But were they religious? Oh, hell yeah. They were going to the temple on the Sabbath day. They were wearing long tassels, but they were no longer keeping Yah's law. They were only keeping the physical ones. All the other ones that you can't see them when they break, they were no longer keeping it. And Yeshua accused them of this in Matthew chapter 15. From verse 1 to 9. Matthew 15 from verse 1 to 9, you will see the Yeshua telling them they were no longer keeping Yah's law. So there's a lot of people who act religious, who looks religious, who may even wear a tassel. But talk about lunar Sabbath, and oh no, they don't want to hear that. Talk about all the other laws, they don't want to hear that. So this is very, very serious issue. And if we go to trying to go back to the fourth kingdom that got their power from Satan and are ruling the world, to go back to that topic, which is based on the question that sister asked in the beginning. If you go to James chapter 4, verse 4, James chapter 4, verse 4 says, don't you know that friendship with the world is enmity with Yah? Friendship with the world is enmity with the Most High God. Friendship with the world is enmity with Yah. What does that mean? Friendship with the world. Then you go to 1 John chapter 2. 1 John chapter 2 from verse 15. It gives you a little bit more information. 1 John chapter 2 from verse 15. It tells you, give you more information about the world. 1 John chapter 2 from verse 15. Do not love the world or the things in the world. If anyone loves the world, the love of the Father is not in him. Verse 16, 1 John chapter 2, verse 16. For all that is in the world, the lust of the flesh, that's very important to keep in mind. The lust of the flesh. The lust of the eyes also. The lust of the flesh and the lust of the eyes. And the pride of life is not of the Father, but of the world. Verse 17, 1 John chapter 2, verse 17. And the world is passing away, and the lust of it. But he who does the will of Elohim abides forever. Now, let's slow down a little bit on that verse 16. For all that is in the, because this will explain to you James chapter 4, verse 4. For all that is in the world, in James chapter 4, verse 4, it says that friendship with the world is enmity with Yah. It got further broken down in 1 John chapter 2 from verse 15. It says, do not love the world or things in the world. If anyone loves the world, the love of the Father is not in him. Verse 16. For all that is in the world, the lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, and the pride of life is not of the Father, but of the world. Now, okay, so this is taking us back to the fourth kingdom that is ruling the world. The fourth kingdom that currently rules the world. And for those of you who are seeing the title of the video, I apologize. We were going to go into that, but the Spirit led us into this. So some other time we will get deep into that marriage question that I'm sure may surprise some of you on what the outcome will be in terms of the answers and stuff like that. So the Bible is telling us here, but it focuses on in 1 John chapter 2, verse 16. For all that is in the world is the lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, and the pride of life is not of the Father. In verse 17, it says that all these things are passing away, but he that does the will of the Father abides forever. The lust of the flesh and the lust of the eyes. Today, most of us will keep the Sabbath or the laws. Most people in the world will actually keep Yah's law, if not for the lust of the eyes and the lust of the flesh. I like to give an example with a car. or a cell phone. But let's do a car. There are cars that is as high as 500,000. There are cars that is as high as $1 million. There are cars that is up to $1 million. But there's also a car that you can buy for $500, $1,000. You can buy a decent car. Now, a car that costs you $1 million and a car that costs you $1,000, if the goal is to go somewhere, they will both get you there. Now, the car that costs you $1 million may get you there maybe a little bit faster, but at the end of the day, wherever that you who has the $1 million car, the person that has a $1,000 car will get there. Same thing with housing. The main thing, the reason why we need a house is that we don't want to be outside under the sun or the rain. So we need a roof over our head. Now, there are people that lives in a mansion that costs millions. There are people that lives in an apartment. There are people that lives in a tent. But at the end of the day, they all have roofs over their head. Where I have a roof over my head. Where you are, you have a roof over your head. Our houses may not all be the same, but at least we have roofs over our head. Now, the lust of the eye, this is the one that gets us. This is the one that I'm really concerned about, all of us who are trying to keep the laws of God. That lust of the flesh. This is the reason why that most of us are going to fail. A lot of us will not make it because of the lust of the eyes. We may be able to overcome the lust of the flesh, but the lust of the eyes is the one that will get us in trouble. Because if you look at the main reason why most of us don't keep Yah's law, or we struggle when it comes to keeping Yah's law, it could be maybe bills that we have to pay. If you look at the reason why we send our children to school, what is the main reason? Because we quote unquote want them to have a better life. What do we mean by a better life? So that they can be able to buy a better house, nice car, be able to earn a better living, right? So if you look at the reasons why we do things, the reasons why we do things is, at the end of the day, it all comes down to materialism. That's what it comes down to. That's the reason why we do things. Materialism. And so sometimes people will say, well, I don't want to lose my job. I want to keep the Sabbath, but I don't want to lose my job. Or your job is requiring you, to break the Sabbath or to dress against Yah's, the way you're supposed to dress as a man or as a woman. All of this comes down to the things we see with our eyes. Because our pursuit of these things, the best, the better one, our pursuit of these things and our desire for these things makes us to break Yah's law in terms of the things we have to do in order to get it. If I decide not to put my children into school, into the public school system, and that they won't go to college, people will say, what are you doing? They're going to be poor. They will be poor when they grow up. No, you can't do that. They have to go to college. That's what people will say. Are they really going to be poor? Not necessarily. But it's all about, so we have become so materialistic. And this goes back into the scriptures, because in Psalm 135, it tells you that the silver and gold is the god of the heathens, the Gentiles of today. And the Gentiles, their god is usually silver and gold, money and materialism. They worship it. They worship it. And if trying to make money or trying to get money, trying to have a better life, trying to have this, trying to have that, it's getting in the way of you obeying Yah, then you are worshiping the god of the heathen. It tells you very clearly in Psalm 135 that silver and gold is the god of the heathen. Silver and gold is their god. And that's what most of us are worshiping today. And it comes down to, so it's not really about having a roof over our head. It's about having that particular roof, having that particular ride, that particular car. If you tell somebody that drives the $80,000 Mercedes to drive a $2,000 car, they will feel very much offended. They will never get into a car like that. So at the end of the day, it's all about the lust of the eye and the lust of the flesh. And if you will be able to overcome this, you will most likely make it into the kingdom. Because the standard that we're living in today is based on man-made standard. 500 years ago, 400 years ago, 300 years ago, people did not go to college. They survived. We're here, right? But today people will tell you, oh, they have to go to college. They have to. And you may tell me, oh, the world has changed. Yeah, that's an excuse you're using to justify what you're doing. Because there are people that have master's degree that flips burger. There are people that go to college that are working in McDonald's. But these are lies that Satan have deceived you. What's really going on is what's going to happen to your child when you put them into that system. That's what this is all about. The lawlessness that they have to go through. And then when they come out of that college, they become a slave. When they come, because they have no skill. Your child with his or her bachelor's degree, her master's degree, her PhD, they have no skill. They're just walking around with a piece of paper. That's it. They are at the mercy of whoever they are working for. If that company decides to file bankruptcy or to close down, your child will be looking for a job. Is that the kind of life you want for your children? That's not the way that our Most High wants us to raise our children. He wants them to have a skill. The boys are supposed to learn a skill. They're supposed to learn a skill. From the age of 12, 13, 14, they learn a skill. By the time they're like 17, they are already like set up. Because if they learn a skill, they can go to any country and they'll be able to survive. Because their skill is in their hand, not on piece of paper. Yah's way is the best way. But today, the standard that we're following is a man-made standard. Who are we following their standard? The Chinese? No. The Africans? The Latin Americans? No. It's the fourth kingdom that is ruling the world. They are the ones that have set this standard in terms of going to college, doing this, doing that. The girls are supposed to be trained according to Titus chapter 2. I'm not quoting the Old Testament, like people call it Old Testament. I'm not quoting the Torah. I'm talking about Titus chapter 2. Says that your daughter has to be trained to be a housewife. She should be trained to be a mother. They're not supposed to go to college. Is it okay to learn how to read and write? That's fine. It's okay to learn how to read and write. There's nothing wrong with that. They can learn how to read and write from the scriptures, from the Torah. There's nothing wrong with that. But look at the system that we follow today. And that's where we're beginning to come to that James chapter 4 verse 4. Because all these worldly systems that are in place right now, you have to get yourself out of it. Because we saw in Ephesians chapter 4 from verse 17. Ephesians chapter 4 from verse 17. I don't care who you are. Chinese, Mexican, North African, European, whoever you are, you have to keep Yah's law. Even the Gentiles, the Europeans, the Gentiles, in Ephesians chapter 4, Paul was telling them that they have to start keeping Yah's law. They have to start keeping Yah. You have to begin to keep his laws. And Ephesians chapter 4 from verse 6, from verse 17, Ephesians chapter 4 from verse 17, you see Paul specifically talking to the Gentiles. They have to abandon their culture, their way, and begin to keep the law. So if whoever you are, you have to get yourself out of that system. You have to pull your children out of that system. Or else because if you see all this system in the world, you've already separated yourself from their church system. It's the same thing, their church system, their religious system, which is Christianity. The same thing you did about that, something you have to do with their government system. Don't ever go back to them for a birth certificate. Don't ever go back to them to go vote. I don't care where you are. Most systems in the world have adopted, they have made an image of the beast, like he told you in Revelation chapter 13 that they will do. Don't participate in their voting. Don't go to them to go seek a marriage license. Don't go to don't send your children to them for them to raise your children. If you do any of that, then you are endorsing that system, thereby saying that it's okay. Then you're making yourself an enemy of Yah. James 4:4. That's the reason why when you begin to separate yourself from all this system, the next thing is that they begin to say that you're crazy. You are a lunatic. You've lost your mind. You've joined a cult. They mock you, they ridicule you because you are no longer shaving your beard like a homosexual. You're no longer destroying the edges of your beard and shaving your beard. You've decided to start putting tassels, to wear your tassels, like your God told you to do in Numbers chapter 15 from verse 37 to 41 and Deuteronomy chapter 22. You've decided to start putting on your tassel. They will ridicule you and they will laugh at you for doing these things. Oh, you pull your children from their school system, your own family member will say that you've lost your mind, you are crazy, and that you are a danger to your child or to your children. You see what happens when you begin to separate yourself from the worldly system? So, if they are not saying things against you, then they don't see anything wrong with you. Then you're fine. When you participate in their system, same thing with their everything that they run, the medical system, same thing. Would you rather try to be healed the way that your God wants you to be healed, which actually works with herbs, natural healing that do not give you side effects, that do not damage your body? Or would you rather take a chemical that you see those commercials on TV? I have no idea why anybody would see those commercials that will tell you that you're going to be, you will have a diarrhea, you may have a heart attack, you may have this. They will tell you like 12 different symptoms that you will most likely get for taking a drug for one particular problem. Can you see how Satan is mocking you in your face? And yet people will still go take that drug. So you need to research and look for natural way to be healed. People like Dr. Sebi, the one that they most likely killed. People like that. You need to find a natural means. Look for it, look for natural way of getting healed. Because the medical system in the world today they don't want to heal you. They don't use the word healing or cure. They talk about symptoms and relief. Go to your local grocery store or drugstore. Look at the drugs on the counter. You will begin to see one word in almost every single drug you see there. Relief, pain relief. What about curing? If I'm sick, I don't want to be healed. I don't want pain relief. I want to be cured. I want to be healed. They don't use those words because these people are corporation. They don't want to heal. They don't want you dead, but they don't want you healed either. Is that the system you want? Is that what you want? So it's in everything. The food system, you need to begin to eat more natural way of eating. The Bible calls apples, oranges, cashews, all these fruits and vegetables. The Bible actually calls them food. Yah gave it to us to be our food. Today we call McDonald's, French fries, milkshake. These are stuff we now call food. Cereal. So when we participate in these systems, we are not coming out of it. Yah says, come out from among them and be ye separate. In Leviticus 20:26, it says, be ye holy, for I am holy, and I have separated you. And today, most of us don't want to be separated. Oh, hell no. We love the system. We love the Gentile system. We love the system that the Fourth Kingdom have put in place. We love all these things. And someone like me is a crazy guy that have lost his mind. But when you continue to follow this system, at the end of that's why people are so sick. People are so sick and people suffer for following these systems. But when you follow Yah's way, when you follow God's way, that's the best way. The thing is that that's just not the only thing. The thing is that the Most High will punish you for, he's just watching right now to see the choice that you're going to make. He has told us what to do. The Fourth Kingdom is ruling, and the Fourth Kingdom is forcing you and making rules, and now they're no longer forcing as they used to. It used to be that they will kill you if you want to keep Yah's law. It's called the Inquisition. They killed a lot of the Hebrews. A lot of the real followers of Yeshua was all beheaded by the Catholic Church. They will call you a heretic and they will behead you. That has already happened. That was the Great Tribulation period. That happened already. So all these systems that are in place, we have to separate ourselves from this system. We have to. If we don't distance ourselves from their system, then you are saying that it's okay. There's a way that we're supposed to dress as Hebrews. In Jubilees chapter 3, verse 31, Yah tells Adam, and you may be thinking, oh, how can Yah speak of something? No, Yah was speaking of something that will happen in the later, way later in the end, in the later days. This is that later days right now. In the book of Jubilees chapter 3, verse 31, Yah told Adam to tell his children to make sure that, basically to pass down a word that his people should cover themselves and not expose themselves as the Gentiles do. Now, I'm going to slow down a little bit so I can pull up this and actually read it, and actually read what it says. If you go to Jubilees chapter 3, if you don't have the book of Jubilees, you can Google it and you can download the book of Jubilees. That's where the book of Enoch actually came from. The book of Enoch came from the book of Jubilee. Genesis. Not book of Enoch. Genesis. The book of Genesis actually came from the book of Jubilee. It's just that the Gentiles did not like a lot of the things that was written in the book of Jubilee. So they created a brand new book that came out of the book of Jubilees. So when you read the book of Jubilees, you see that it's so similar with the book of Genesis. The book of Genesis and Jubilees are very similar. But the difference is that you will see that the book of Jubilee is more strict. And these are the things that the Europeans that translated the Bible did not like. So they had to water it down by creating Genesis and giving you Genesis. So for example, in the book of Genesis, you will not see where Cain got his wife from. But you will see that in the book of Jubilees and many other information. In the book of Jubilees, it prohibits interracial marriage. You will not see that in Genesis, but you will see that in the book of Jubilees. In the book of Jubilees, it says that men must be circumcised. If you're not circumcised, you're doomed. Whether you're a Hebrew or a Gentile, every man must be circumcised. According to the book of Jubilees, according to the Most High. So these are things that the Gentiles saw and it made them uncomfortable, and they had to basically create another book. So you want to get your hands on the book of Jubilees. It's available online. You can download it. Now, Jubilees chapter 3, verse 31. Jubilees chapter 3, verse 31. It says, Jubilees 3:31. On this account, it is prescribed on the heavenly tablet as touching all those who know the judgment of the Torah, that they should cover their shame and should not uncover themselves as the Gentiles uncover themselves. The Gentiles love to expose their body. You have nude beaches, strip club, where men go and sit down and just watch women walk naked, dance naked. The Gentiles love, they have no shame. That's just the truth. You can get upset. When you compare them with other nations tend to cover themselves. Even other Gentiles, the Chinese, other Gentiles, they're not obsessed with exposing their nakedness as much as the Gentiles do. They love exposing their nakedness, their breast and their vagina and their everything. They love you. That's just the truth. If you know about other nations than the Gentiles, and the Gentiles love doing this. So the Most High, it's like he knew what was going to be happening. He knew what was going to be happening. So we're told to cover ourselves. So I gave an example as to what it means to cover something. If I'm going to give you 2 examples. I hope you're going to be able to see this. This is a plastic bag. I'm sure that you can clearly see this and see what I have here. This is a little bottle. This is a small bottle, and you can clearly see it. It's a bottle. I don't have to ask you what is this, because you can clearly see that this is a bottle. You can see it. It's obvious. It's a bottle. Okay? But so you can see you can see details. You can see details. You can see the you can clearly see the details on this. But if I use a different covering, and if I do this, which if I had done that earlier and bring it up and show you, you will most likely not know what I'm holding. If I do this, you will most likely not know what I'm holding. But I'm showing it to you the same way. I'm showing it to you the same way. So you see the difference between these two coverings. The other covering with plastic bag, you could clearly see that. It was very obvious. You could see it. This, you can see something, but you don't really know much on what's inside. There's no much information as to what's inside. This is the way that people used to dress. The Muslims still do that till today. This is the way that people, even in the scriptures, in Isaiah chapter 6, when Isaiah saw Yah sitting on the throne, Yah was wearing a robe, something kind of like this, but very long. A robe. That's like the main style of clothing that Yah wants us to wear. That's the same thing in Genesis chapter 37. Genesis 37 from verse 3. You will read about Joseph. When his brothers finally killed him, or sold him, they took his robe and brought it back to their father. But when you read in Genesis how their father made a robe for him. You will also see in 2 Samuel or 1 Samuel chapter 2. 1 Samuel chapter 2. 1 Samuel chapter 2, verse 18 and verse 19. You will see that Hannah was making robes, a smaller version of this, and taking it to her son every year. Even in the book of Revelation, it says that in the kingdom, those that make it into the kingdom will receive a white robe. You'll be given a white robe. You're not going to be wearing jeans in the kingdom. Hell no. The book of Revelation tells you what the dress code is going to be. Yeshua also wore a robe. So there is the thing about robes. They are, as you can see, I can move this thing up and down. It's basically hanging on my body, just like this. There's so much space between the clothes and your body. There's a lot of space. So it literally covers your body. Like this is real, it covers your body, and this applies to men and women. Whatever you're wearing. So remember, we're talking about covering right here. Covering your body and not expose your body as the Gentiles do. So when our body is covered, it's covered. Today, people, as we've learned from the Gentiles, oh yeah, you have to dress sexy. We don't do that. You can't. Yeah, I don't want you to dress sexy. Maybe to your husband, for your husband in the bedroom. If you want to take off all your clothes and you want to dance naked, that's between you and your husband. No other man should see your nakedness. So this is what it means to be covered. Even when you dress, if this is a human being, this will be the way that the Muslim women dress. So you can see, you can be looking at her, but you can't really tell much details in terms of cleavage and stuff like that. Today, almost on a weekly basis, I see women that I can actually tell you the color of their panties. Like literally. I can literally like see the color of their panties. I can actually see the color of what they're wearing inside. Now, if you are wearing something and you're walking in the public and I could see the color of your underwear. That shows how tiny what you, that's the same thing. That's why I use an example with a plastic bag. So people are wearing equivalent of plastic bag today. That's not covering. This is covering. And the reason why this matters is because Yah said so. The Most High doesn't want us to do this, both for men and for women. You know how men dress, like, just like, I'm going to get to that with Sirach. Sirach chapter 40, in Sirach chapter 42, verse 12, Sirach 42, verse 12, it says something very interesting. Sirach. Now, for those of you who don't have Apocrypha, you might want to Google it. You might want to Google the book of Sirach, because it says something very interesting. Everything we're looking at right now, at the end of the day, it comes down to about our salvation and not following the ways of the Gentiles. Yah told us in Jeremiah chapter 2. Jeremiah, again, like as I said earlier, you have to be writing all these places down. It's going to be difficult for you to catch up and as these scriptures are coming out. I did not write these things down anywhere. I'm literally like getting the scriptures out as the Spirit is revealing, and as they're coming out, they're coming out. So you may want to write them down and then do some homework and go through all these scriptures to make sure that they're saying exactly what I said they're saying. So yeah, the Most High tells us in Jeremiah chapter 10 verse 2, to not learn the ways of the Gentiles. The Gentiles are running the world right now. And even the Gentiles in Ephesians chapter 4 from verse 17, the Gentiles are even told that they have to keep the law. They were told to reject their own way, to reject their own culture. Think about that. So the way we eat, the way we dress has been inspired by the Gentiles. That's the reason why men shave their beard. Now, a lot of men will tell me, oh no, I don't shave my beard because of that. I shave my beard because I want to shave my... No, you're not shaving your beard because you want to. You're shaving your beard because that's what the society have turned you into. You've been brainwashed into that. Like as I said, you saw your grandfather shaving his beard, your dad shaving his beard. That's why you shave, because you want to blend in, you want to quote unquote look clean. And you're pretty much indirectly saying that your God did not know what he was doing when he gave you a beard. You are saying that your God did not know what he was doing. That's what you're indirectly saying. And that you don't want that beard. I don't want that. I don't want that. No, I don't want my beard. Because you're following the Gentiles and you want to be like the Gentiles. And we all used to do. I used to do too. I used to follow the Gentiles. I used to do, but we have to stop. So in Sirach, some places will call it Ecclesiasticus. In some places, it's called, in some translation, some Apocrypha, it's called Ecclesiasticus. So in the book of Sirach, right? In the book of Sirach, chapter 42, verse 12, it says something very interesting that everyone should know. Many of these scriptures may be new to you because they're not being preached in Christian church. But if you don't have the Apocrypha, you can just go to Google and type in Sirach 43. You can always take any of these Bible verses and punch it into Google. Type it into Google and click, and you'll be able to see it. And you can read it. So the Google is pretty much like your Bible right now. You can take any Bible verse and put it in there and just read it, and just read the actual Bible verse. So if you go to Sirach chapter 42, verse 12, Sirach chapter 42, starting from verse 9, is talking about raising your daughter, raising a girl, raising your daughter, right? So in verse 12, I don't want to start from verse 9. If I start from verse 9, that would take us, maybe we'll leave that for some other time, because it has to do with what I had mentioned in Titus chapter 2 about how you're supposed to train your daughter to be a housewife, and she should get married as soon as possible. According to the Bible, as soon as she sees her first period, she's ready for marriage. 1 Corinthians chapter 7. 1 Corinthians chapter 7, verse 36. As soon as she sees the flower of her age, she's ready to be married. If you go back to Leviticus chapter 15, you will understand what that flower of her age means. That is her first period. Once a girl sees her first period, she's ready for marriage. Now, this may happen at the age of 9. It may happen to some girls at the age of 10. Some girls at the age of 13. Some girls maybe at the age of 15. When this girl sees her period is not when this girl will see her period. But according to the Bible, as soon as the girl sees her first period, she's ready for marriage. If you do that today in a world that is run by the Gentiles, by the fourth kingdom, they will say that that's a child abuse. That's rape, according to them. Because they want your daughter to get married when she finishes college, which could be at the age of 20. But what they're really doing is they're doing the work of Satan. We're going to get back to that, and we're going to get back to this at the end. Because they're doing the work of Satan. These are the devils you can see with your eyes today. These are the devils. You're not going to see the devil with your eyes. Like it says in Revelation chapter 13, verse 2, Satan have outsourced his job to the Gentiles, to the fourth kingdom, who you know today as the Europeans. He has outsourced his job. So they are now doing the work of Satan. That's why they have put in place all these systems. All these systems that encourages you or forces you directly or indirectly to disobey Yah's law. That's why they push all this system. Homosexuality, making your child to wait until she finishes college before marriage. All of these things that they do. Requiring your son to shave his beard in high school. These are all the work of Satan. This is deep stuff. This is deep information for those who are wise. For the fools, they will take this as a joke. But I guarantee you that there's coming a time that you will look back and be like, oh man, I wish I had known. I wish I had known. I thought it was a joke. That day is coming. Okay, so back to Sirach chapter 42, verse 12. It says, let not... All right, let's start from verse 11 so we can kind of like, get what he's talking about. Sirach chapter 42 from verse 11. Keep a close watch on your daughter, lest she make you the spot of your enemies, a byword in the city, a reproach among the people, an object of derision in public gatherings. See that there is no lattice in her room, no place that overlooks the approaches to the house. What it's talking about here is that for you to watch your daughter closely, so that she doesn't put you in a situation where you will be a laughing stock in the society, where people will be laughing at you. What does that mean? Because if she gets pregnant before she gets married, there was a time they used to go ask your grandma or grandpa. Ask anybody up to 80 years old. They will tell you that there was a time when if a girl gets pregnant, oh, hell no. Like, if a girl gets pregnant, that's a shameful thing. It used to be a shameful thing. It used to be a shameful thing. Even in my young age, I remember when in the area that I grew up in, it was a shameful thing for a girl to get pregnant. If a girl gets pregnant, typically in the place that I grew up, typically her parents will pack her bag and take that girl and take her straight to the house of the boy that impregnated her. They will leave her there and they will go back home. That's what they did. It was a shameful thing for a girl to get pregnant at home. But today it's celebrated. Today it's not a big deal. That's how far we've gone. How far are you willing to go? We've gone very far away from the law of the Most High today. The question is, how far are you willing to go? James chapter 4 verse 4. Friendship with the world is enmity to Yah. I despise the system. I despise the Gentiles. I despise their system. I hate their system. I don't want to, I despise it. You have to. The Most High is watching to see how you're going to look at the whole thing, how you're going to approach it. Are you going to actively reject it, or are you going to be passive? Are you going to try to please Yah and also be okay with the system in the world? You're going to have to offend someone. You will either offend the worldly system and the people in the world and please Yah, or you please Yah and offend them. I personally have chosen to offend the people in the world. I've chosen to please Yah, and that means that I'm going to offend the people in the world. And I do offend people. I do offend people. If you want me to help you on the Sabbath day, no. If I see you breaking the law, and I do this to people. I do this people. Someone will tell me, I want to go do this. If I see people that are trying to break the law, I will tell them, trying to break the law. I do that, and sometimes people don't want to hear that. I don't water the gospel that I preach. You have to keep Yah's law. That's how you have to get into the kingdom. That is the gospel that Yeshua preached. Repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. You have to begin to keep Yah's law, or else you're doomed, or else you will be destroyed. Period. Nobody wants to hear that. I know that. And I'm not here to please you. I'm not here to please. I'm here to deliver a message, which most people don't want to hear. So today, and you, like as I say, which way are you going to go? How far are you going to go? You have to train your daughter righteously, and not for her to not know her value and to give up her womanhood to some boy out there in the name of girlfriend and boyfriend. You have to fight to raise your children according to the scripture. Is it going to be easy? No. Because of the worldly system that surrounds you. That's why I always say location, location, location. Keeping the law of the Most High is easy. It depends on where you are. That's why the Most High said, which I didn't even think of before I even said location, location, location. I didn't even think of 2 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 17 and verse 18. He said, come out from among them and be ye separate, touch nothing unclean. You can easily keep the laws of the Most High. It depends on where you are. If you are in a place that they require that you have to send your children to school, you have to choose either to send your children to school or they send you to jail. Which, if they do arrest you and send you to jail, then they will then return and take your kids and send the kids to group home, or send your kids and have your kids be adopted. And some filthy, disgusting sodomite may most likely adopt your child. When Abraham started out, you can see in Genesis, the Most High told Abraham to get away from his people. Get away. Get away from them. Get away from the Chaldeans. Abraham packed his stuff and left. Yeshua, Christ, Hamashiach, our Savior, at some point he left his family. According to Luke chapter 21, at the end of Luke chapter 21, Yeshua would rather sleep in the bush. Most people don't know that Yeshua was homeless. You know, like when you see homeless people that don't have a house, yeah, your Savior, the Son of God, was like that. Most people don't know, they don't talk about this in the church, because then if they tell you that Yeshua or Christ was homeless, then that cannot justify them taking your tithes every Sabbath or every Sunday. See, they can't tell you that part. But Yeshua was homeless. This man would rather sleep in the mountain, in the bush. He would rather sleep in the bush than to live in a house with the brothers that refuse to keep Yah's law. According to John chapter 7, at the beginning of John chapter 7, you will clearly see that. They didn't believe in him. They indirectly thought he was crazy. They were talking in a sarcastic way to him. At some point, Yeshua moved out. He was sleeping in the bush. And this is in your Bible at the end of Luke chapter 21. He sleeps in the mountain, and then in the daytime he goes to the temple and taught. At night he goes back to the mountain. There's no mansion in that mountain. It's a mountain. There's no house over there. That's why he himself told you that the birds of the air have a place, of their own, but the Son of Man has no place to lay his head. He literally has he sleeps in. But why did he do this? Yeshua could have snapped his finger and a house will appear in somewhere in the woods and he will go live there. He did this intentionally for those that was around at that time and those that will come afterwards. So that you can see that if he himself could do this, that if you yourself ever find yourself in that situation, it will not be a reason to break Yah's law. If he himself could be homeless, just to give you, that's how low he was willing to go, to lay an example. I'm not saying that you should go and become homeless, but Yeshua has given you, if he himself will get away from those that refuse to keep Yah's law, if he would rather sleep in the bush just to stay away from his own blood relatives, he was setting example in all the way he lived his life. And this is Yeshua that we're supposed to follow, right? So, when it comes to raising children, you have to make a choice. You either raise them the way the Bible tells you to, or you raise them the way that the fourth kingdom, which is the standard, the Europeans are the fourth kingdom. The Europeans of today, including America, they are the fourth kingdom that was supposed to rule the world, and they are ruling the world right now. So they are the one that have set the standard of living right now. 300 years ago, people didn't go to college. People didn't go to high school. If you go study the history of education, I have. If you study the history of education, if the Bible tells us to educate our children from the Bible. We're supposed to learn how to read and how to write from the Bible. Maybe that's something we'll study some other time and I will show you how to do it. So, but today you see the process that people go through today. It's almost like everybody is like a zombie. Everybody is like a dummy that they have to go through the same process. Like the men that shave, you see everyone that shave, you shave. Like the men that wear pants, you see every woman that wear pants, you wear pants. No, we're not supposed to do what other people are doing. That's the whole point of be ye holy, be separate. Yah have spoken, and he's watching to see those that will do it and those that will not. Eventually he will judge. And punishment will be on those that refuse to do what he told us to do. He's the one that put this system in place. That's why I keep telling you to read Daniel chapter 2 and Daniel chapter 7. Yah is the one that, just like he raised up the Assyrians, just like he raised up the Philistines, just like he raised up the Babylonians, the Greeks, Yah have also raised up the Romans, who have now, they are the fourth kingdom, who you know today as the Europeans and the Americans. Yah raised them up and made them great, just like the Babylonians. Was that an excuse for Daniel, Shadrach, and all these Hebrews to break Yah's law? No, they would rather die than to follow the Babylonian ways. Did the rest of the Hebrews follow the Babylonian ways? Of course, hell yeah. The rest of the Hebrews blended in, joined the Babylonian system, but you see that there were those that refused to, and they were the ones that Yah was watching over. They were the ones that Yah tested them. Yah tested them to see how they will respond when the beast, that first kingdom, the first one, the Babylonians, Yah tested them. They were those that obeyed Yah. So we are not supposed to follow the system of the fourth kingdom. Just like Daniel and Shadrach and Meshach, they did not follow the system of the first kingdom. You got to read Daniel chapter 2 and Daniel chapter 7. Maybe not right now, maybe after this. So you can understand, Yah is the one that put this system in place. That's why when I see the Europeans talking about how great they are, how they build civilization, how they build the greatest empire, I'm like, okay. Yeah, go. Where is the Philistines today? Where are the Assyrians? Where are the Babylonians, the Greeks? Where are they? They're all gone. You're going to be gone the same way that they were gone. I bet you that the Assyrians thought that they were not going to go anywhere, the Syrian Empire. I bet you that they thought that they would rule the world forever. The Greeks, the Philistines, the Babylonians. Go to your phone and type in ancient Babylon. Their land is empty right now, very close to Iraq. Their land is empty, exactly the way the Jeremiah chapter 50 and 51 told you that when Yah was done dealing with them, their land will be empty. Nobody lives over there. Just go to Google and type in ancient Babylon, and you click on images. You see the pictures of ancient Babylon. It's empty. It's going to be empty forever. Nobody will live there. If you attempt to go to build a house over there, the Most High will kill you. And I mean like kill you, like literally like kill you. That's what most likely happened to Saddam Hussein. Because I had a report that Saddam Hussein was thinking in the 90s. Because the ancient Babylon was so close to Iraq. So I had a report that Saddam Hussein was thinking of rebuilding Babylon. Which if you read Jeremiah chapter 50 and 51, you know that that's a no-no. Yah said that land will be empty forever. So for this man to decide that he wants to go build houses there and rebuild it, that's defying the Most High. I'm sure that he probably doesn't know about Jeremiah chapter 50 and 51. But look at how he died. George W. Bush woke up. George W. Bush said that God told him to go into Iraq. And people thought, oh, he's crazy. Oh, he's crazy. That crazy redneck, he's crazy. That's what people always say when these men tell you that God told them to go do it. The Roman emperor that went into Jerusalem in 70 AD to destroy Jerusalem, he said that God told him to go do it. And people thought, oh, he's crazy. When they were finished destroying Jerusalem and the Hebrews migrated into Africa, they went back to Europe and he built an arch, and they draw the pictures of all the stuff that they took from Jerusalem. So all of a sudden, the Americans, Bush said that Saddam Hussein had nuclear weapon. His own people was telling him, no, he doesn't. Condoleezza Rice, his own people, they were telling him he does not. He doesn't have a weapon. Bush said, no, he does. And then they went into Iraq, they killed Saddam Hussein, and then they were like, oops, sorry, we thought he had a bomb. This is how the Most High works. The Most High uses nation to destroy nations. This is how he works. This is how it goes. So, again, living in this kingdom and all the system that you see around you, it's everywhere. Food, the government with the courts, the entertainment with the, music. Look at their music. It's all about materialism. It's all about women, money, sex, drugs. Music should be about praising the Most High. But look at the worldly music. So all the system in the world. So back to Sirach chapter 43. So it's chapter 42. So in Sirach chapter 42, it says, talking about a girl, talking about girls. Look at what it says in verse 12. Sirach 42, verse 12. Let her not parade her charms before men, or spend her time with married women. Let her not parade her charms before men. What is the charm of that girl? Let her not parade her charms before men. This is what the book of Sirach was saying about a girl. Now, what does that mean? This is talking about, Sirach 42 was talking about the charm of a girl, or actually was talking about girls. And then it tells you to not let her parade her charm. Not let her parade her charm before men. What is that charm on a girl? Her nose? Her eyes? Because it starts out from the beginning, telling you, talking about a girl, controlling a girl and being careful for her not to basically get pregnant and shame you. Because if she gets pregnant before marriage, that's a shameful thing for the mother. It shows that the father and the mother have failed as a parent. It used to be a shameful thing for a girl to just be having sex before getting married. It used to be a shameful thing in the world. So that's the context. That's what's being talked about when you start to read from verse 9. That is what's being talked about, right? It's talking about, from verse 9 it says, a daughter is a treasure that keeps her father wakeful and worry over her Okay, Sirach chapter 42 from verse 9. A daughter is let's follow the context of this so we can understand what it's talking about in verse 12, about her charm. So it says in verse 12, or verse 9, sorry. Sirach chapter 42 verse 9. A daughter is a treasure that keeps her father wakeful, and worry over her drives away rest, lest she passed her prime unmarried, or when she is married, lest she be disliked. Verse 10. While unmarried, lest she be seduced. Verse 10 is very important in order to understand verse 12. While she's unmarried, lest she be seduced, or as a wife, lest she be prove unfaithful, lest she conceive in her father's home, or be sterile in that of her husband. Verse 11, keep a close watch on your daughter, lest she make you a sport of your enemies, a byword in the city, a reproach among the people, an object of derision in the public gathering. See that there is no letters in her room, no place that overlooks the approach to the house. Verse 12, let her not parade her charm before men, Because if she parages her charm before men, then she will be seduced by men, which will result in pregnancy, like it tells you in verse 10. Lest she conceive in her father's house. It's an abomination for a girl to get pregnant in her father's house without being married. So it says, let her not parade her charm. The reason why we're kind of slowing down and looking at this is again about covering. About covering. So it also says in Sirach chapter 7 verse 19, do not dismiss a wise and good wife, for her charm is worth more than gold. Sirach chapter 12 verse 13, or Sirach chapter 26 verse 13. Sirach 26:13. In some places you will find it as Ecclesiasticus, but you can Google all this and you can see it if you Google it, if you don't have an apocrypha. Sirach chapter 26 verse 13. A wife's charm delights her husband, and her skill put flesh on his bones. Sirach 26:13. A wife's charm delights her husband. Sirach chapter 26 verse 15. A modest wife adds charm to charm, and no scale can weigh the value of her chastity. So this charm here is it's not just any part of your body as a woman. This charm is your breast and your butt. For a woman, this is your charm. We're talking about clothing for men and for women. This will explain to you why people dress the way they dress. And they will literally tell you that they dress sexy. Oh, you dress sexy. Oh, that's sexy. But for those that care about the law of the Most High, you see that we can't just have sex anyhow, just because we're boyfriend and girlfriends. We can't do that. It's sexual sin. So that charm there, that you're told not to parade before men, that charm is your breast and your behind. Now, I'm going to talk to you as a man, and I'm not just like any kind of a man. Any real man will tell you, and I'm going to tell you right now, any real man will tell you breast and your butt, these are the two places that turns men on. Now, that should only be for your husband to be turned on. There is something that Yah put in those two places. A man that looks at your feet and he's turned on, he's sick. A man that looks like your hair and he's turned on, he's sick. It's your breast and it's your behind. These places are your charm because you can use it to charm a man. Go and read the book of Susanna. Was kind of like that. The book of Susanna was kind of like that. But she was the victim of wicked Israelites. So I wouldn't use that, but you can still read the book of Susanna. She was a beautiful woman, beautiful Hebrew woman. But her beauty was not mainly physical. It was more of like how she was willing to die for the law when she was being accused of sexual sin. She would rather die than to do that. But when you read the book of Judith, you see a totally different situation. You see how a man was brought down, and you see how it all happened. I'm not going to spoil it for you if you read the book of Judith in the Apocrypha. So your butt and your behind is that charm. And you see the Bible saying that it should be, don't let your daughter parade her charm. This is the Bible. This is the Hebrew culture. Hebrew people does not walk around, men or women, don't walk around exposing their body like that. And you see men today, right? When people talk about six-pack. I remember when I used to be obsessed, when I used to, I want to have a six-pack. And I want to dress to show my six-pack. So these are Gentile. Where does it come from? These are Gentiles that are obsessed with these things. They are obsessed with looks. Remember what we read earlier about the looks of the eyes. In 1 John chapter 2, verse 16. The looks of the eyes. These are things. So about when you see women dress the way they dress, you begin to understand. And who are the clothing designers that design these clothes? I would like you to go study about the designers, fashion designers of the world. Go look it up. Go study and find out who are the fashion designers. Chinese? No. Africans? No. Latin Americans? Just go check and see who are the fashion designers. Those that design the jeans that you wear. Those that decide that you're going to be wearing jeans. Those that decide that you're going to be wearing the stuff that you're going to be wearing 10 years from now. They are making decisions of those things right now as I speak. The stuff that you will buy and wear 5 years from today. There are people who are sitting down right now drawing and deciding what you are going to be wearing. So that's why I say that, for the men that will say, I shave my beard because I want to. I shave my beard. No. People decide these things for you. And that's what needs to stop. You need to start following the scriptures. And let the Most High decide how you are going to look. What you're going to wear. What you're going to eat. It's safer that way. It works. It's healthy than when you're following a man. So when you see the way people dress today, the stuff that people are wearing today was decided 5 years ago, 10 years ago by the Europeans, the Italians, the French, these top fashion designers. Anything that comes out in the market and starts selling really well, these people design it and manufacture it. Not the Africans, not the Chinese, the Japanese. No. The Chinese do the manufacturing. They are Gentiles too. But I'm talking about those that make the decision. You see how the world you live in is controlled by the beast, the fourth kingdom? And you see who is doing all this? Remember Revelation chapter 13 verse 2? They get their power from Satan. Revelation 13:2. So, when the Most High tells you, a woman shall not wear that which pertains unto a man. Let me start with the men, as I try to do. When the Most High tells you not to destroy the edges of your beard, and they are trying to get you to do that in different ways and indirectly, they're not going to force you to do it, but they will try to get you to do it. They will make it look acceptable in their media, which is medium. They will use their medium in ways that they entice you and influence you, your mind, your thinking. They will use their media to show you, this is the way to look, and they call it clean shaving. That's what Satan does. Satan is not going to force you to break Yah's law, but he will put in place things that will make you to do it. And that's why you do it. Same thing with the women. They will never force you to wear a pant. Maybe at your job, maybe at your school, if you go to Catholic school, another Christian school. But they will produce those pants and call it women's pant. That's what Satan does. He's not going to literally force you to do it, but he will make those things available. But if Yah says that we shouldn't do this, if Yah says that women shouldn't wear this, and somebody is like literally manufacturing these things and putting it out there and then glorifying it with their media, shouldn't you be concerned about that person? Because that person, if Yah says not to do this and they are doing it, doesn't that ring a bell? That should tell you that you should stay away from someone like that or people like that, because they're doing the work of Satan. That's why I said in the beginning that you will never see, you're not going to see, as long as you're alive, you are not going to see Satan with your eyes. That's not going to happen. You're going to see his children, though. You're going to see those that are doing his work. You're going to see the children of the fourth kingdom. You're going to see the Europeans doing all these things that they do right in your face. It's a spiritual battle. Going back to the question that the sister asked in the beginning. It's a spiritual warfare. But this kind of information will open your eyes to see what's really going on. But Yah is watching, though. Your God is watching to see what you will do. Just like he said, he raised up the Babylonians. They came into Jerusalem. They took the Hebrews as slaves. They took them to Babylon. And Yah was watching to see what they would do. So when they were passing all those laws and decrees that you cannot pray to any other god but to the king, you cannot do this, you have to bow down to the image, you have to... Did the Most High intervene? He was just watching the Hebrews to see what they would do. And you see the choices that Shadrach, Meshach, Daniel, they said, no, we would rather die than to disobey Yah. So, but while that was going on, did the Most High do anything? The Most High usually intervenes when you choose to defy the beast and say, no, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to raise my children that way. I'm not going to dress that way. I'm not going to eat that way. I'm not going to do it. Again, location, location, location. Like the real estate people will tell you, it's all about where you are. That's why the Most High said in 2 Corinthians chapter 6, come out from among them and be ye separate. Even the Gentiles themselves, in Ephesians chapter 4 from verse 17, even the Gentiles are encouraged to abandon their own ways and their own culture and begin to follow the scriptures. So when the Most High said that we should be covered, this is for men and for women. I literally I had to overhaul the way my clothing and stuff. I had to pretty much I had to overhaul the way I dress in terms of, I had to overhaul it. Somebody may say that it doesn't matter the way you dress. Okay, keep saying that, because there's a law that said that you shouldn't dress like the Gentiles, and that law is found in Jubilees chapter 3:31. So when the Messiah said that we should be covered, there's a reason why he said that you should not parade your charm. Because when you parade your charm, men see that and they're lost after you. Like as I always say, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to tell you. As a man, when I see a woman that wears short skirt, that dress like you see women dress today, in some cases, a lot of regular women, they dress more sexually provocatively, more than prostitutes that I do see, more than actual prostitutes that stand on the street. And if you are a man that allows your daughter or your wife to dress and wears clothing that are tight clothing, we shouldn't wear tight clothing. If you are a man that allows that for your daughter or for your wife, shame on you. You are a fool. you are a fool and you have no value of your wife. A lot of men do, a lot of so-called men, a lot of males that claims to be men do actually encourage their wife to quote unquote dress sexy. And a lot of these wicked individuals will oftentimes pressure their wife to dress and expose their bodies. And they will indirectly pressure these women into doing this by indirectly threatening her that if she doesn't dress that way, then he will become interested in other women outside. You wicked men, many of you do this. You devils. Many men do this. It's disgusting. If you live with a man that will pressure you indirectly, they may not say it directly, but they try to give you impression, oh, you have to look good, you have to look good. You know, if they are trying to get you to wear tight jeans and short skirt and, you know, showing half of your breast, and if a man you live with is trying to get you to do this, that man, first of all, doesn't love you. He doesn't care about you. And eventually, he at some point will abandon you to go do what he wants to do outside. No man that loves you will ever allow you to dress like that. Your nakedness is for your husband only. If you are in the bedroom, you can do whatever you want. If you are inside your house, you can take off all your clothes and walk around as long as you're inside your house. If you want to, some people love sleeping naked. That's fine. You can be, if you want to stay in your house and be naked 24 hours a day, that's fine. But if you're going to come outside, you have to dress a certain way. If you're going to claim that you keep the law, you have to dress a certain way. You can actually get yourself in a big trouble with, if you're running around claiming to keep the law, but you're dressing like the Gentiles, that can trigger Yah's anger upon your head, because then you're misrepresenting him. You have to dress appropriately like a Hebrew. Whether you're a Hebrew or a Gentile, it doesn't matter. You have to dress like a Hebrew. You have to cover yourself, and nothing tight. Nothing tight. Nothing tight for men and for women. Just like women do seduce men, and most men that want to be honest will tell you, when we see a woman that wears a short skirt or anything tight, all we think about is sex. Sex, 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 sex. That's all they think about. That's all we think about. Period. That's the truth. All we think about is sex. And that's why people dress like that. They say they want to look sexy. They want to look attractive. So who are you attracting? If you are my wife and you want to look sexy, that's a big red flag. So what's the deal? Who are you trying to attract? Who are you dressing sexy for? And the Hebrews have become such a whore. The Hebrews today have become such a whore and prostitutes today. The Hebrews have become, in some cases, worse than the Gentiles. Like, literally, like, worse than the Gentiles. The Hebrew Israelite. Which is a sad situation, because this is exactly what the Most High was saying in Ezekiel chapter 23. If you haven't read the Ezekiel chapter 23, you need to read it. It's exactly what he was saying. He's talking about his people. When they learn the ways of other nations, they tend to be worse than those nations that they learn their ways. And then those nations will be like, whoa, 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 stop. You guys learn this thing from us. They will become worse. So whatever abomination or evil that other nations are doing, once Yah's people learn it, they will take it to a whole new level. A man that wants you to expose your charm or to quote unquote dress sexy, that man hates you. That man is prostituting you. That man is putting his ego before your word. That man is putting, because he wants to use you to fulfill his little fantasy with his friends, to show, look, my wife is sexist too. That man is a wicked man, and to all the wicked people in the world, to all those that will refuse to keep the law of the Most High, I do not wish them good. I wish them evil. Just like David said, I hate them that hate thee with righteous hatred. Because we are in this situation that we're in today because of those that continuously refuse to keep the law of the Most High, those that are being rebellious to the law of the Most High. So for all you wicked men out there who are indirectly putting these women into this situation, there's a lot of people that do this. There are men that do this. For those of you that are indirectly psychologically manipulating your wives into dressing quote-unquote sexy, thereby disobeying what the Most High said that we shouldn't do by covering ourselves and not dressing like the Gentiles. For those of you, first of all, shame on you. And if you don't repent from this sin, if you don't stop, the Most High will destroy you. It's a warning. I know that most people will not accept it. Most people will think it's crazy, but that's fine. And for you who are a woman who choose to do this, the Most High said that we shouldn't do this. Jubilees chapter 3, verse 31. We are not allowed to dress, to expose our body like the Gentiles. The Gentiles, like as I said, they love to do this. They love to do this. That's why they have their strip clubs. They have their nude beach, in a beach where you go and you take off all your clothes and you're walking around in the beach. They have nude churches where they actually go to church naked. In some cities, you can walk around naked. The Gentiles are obsessed with walking around naked. They are obsessed with this. The Most High said that we shouldn't do that. It's right there. It's a law. It's in Jubilees chapter 3, verse 31. We're not to dress that way. We are to cover ourselves. Because it's not only a sin for you, but it's also a sin for other people. Because let me tell you what happened when this happens. The Bible in Sirach chapter 42, verse 12 calls it your charm. When a man sees your charm and he's turned on by your charm, he begins to think about sex. Now, 99.9% of the times, that man will not approach you. Some will approach you and ask you for your number and talk to you, but most of the time, those men will not approach you. But I will tell you what they will do. They will go home and watch pornography to relieve themselves. They will go to the nearest strip club. They will go to look for a prostitute. That's what they will do. So by simply dressing the way you dress and thinking that you have freedom, you can dress the way you want, and that it's not your fault, it's their fault if they can't control themselves. This is what some people will say. People do say this, well, it's not my problem. It is your problem, because there's a law that says that you shouldn't dress that way. And it doesn't matter whether you're a Gentile or a Hebrew. As long as you're a human being, you have to abide by this law. So for the women that say, oh, it's not my problem, that's his problem, you are the one that put that person in that situation. Men do this also. Just like a woman can seduce a man, men do seduce women also. That's why you have male strippers. Yeah, you have male strippers. That's why you see some men walk around shirtless to show their so-called six-pack. Why do you think that's the case? Just like men can be turned on by your breast and your butt, women can also be turned on by the same way. This is just the truth, and this is what Satan is doing. But again, follow the money, like people will say, follow the money. Follow who is promoting all these things. Where is this kind of behavior coming from? Where is this coming from? Who is promoting this? Who is doing this? Who is glamorizing this with their media? Who is doing this and promoting it? And who is doing this and promoting it in the name of freedom? The Chinese, the Indians, the Africans, the Latin Americans? No, it's the Europeans. There are different ways to respond to this, which I'm going to get to for if you're a Gentile or if you're an European. There's different ways to approach this. I'm going to give you options, 2 ways to approach this, and then you can choose. I'm talking about the things that you're hearing right now. There are 2 ways to accept this. You can choose. So these are things that we cannot follow. We can't do this. Yah is watching us. God is watching us to see the choice that we'll make. Same thing with their school system. I know someone who was doing her PhD in Alabama. She's doing her PhD in University of Alabama. And when we used to talk, we talk and she found out about the Sabbath. She found out about the Sabbath and other laws. She knew them. She knows how the Sabbath works. Because we talk and we talk and we talk. So she was able to learn all of these things. But she told me that she can't keep the Sabbath. It's basically impossible. Why? Because she almost have to go to work every day as a PhD student. She has to go to the lab every day, even on Sundays. Because she has to go, because they have some animals that they use for their test and whatever. She has to go there to the lab every day, she said. That's the reason why you have the education system. That's exactly the reason why. To promise you a better life, good career, with good money. That's what Satan does. That's exactly what Satan did to Yeshua in Matthew chapter 4. And Luke chapter 4. Matthew chapter 4 and also Luke chapter 4. You see Yeshua or Satan. This one I can't resist. I have to read this. I can't just quote this. I have to read this. Luke chapter 4. Look at what Satan says. This is exactly what Satan has done to you. Through the Europeans. He has made you the same offer. Actually, he made the same offer to your grandparents. Your grandparents put their own children into the same system in hopes of getting those things that Satan has promised. And you yourself are looking forward and you have put your children into the same system. This is the same offer that Satan makes. The same offer he made to Yeshua Christ is the same offer he makes to us today. Luke chapter 4 from verse 1. Then Yeshua, being filled with the Holy Spirit, returned from Jordan and was led by the Spirit into the wilderness. Verse 2. Luke chapter 4 verse 2. Being tempted for 40 days by the devil. And in those days he ate nothing. And afterward, when they had ended, he was hungry. Verse 3. Luke chapter 4 verse 3. And the devil said to him, if you are the Son of Elohim, command this stone to become bread. Verse 4. Luke chapter 4 verse 4. But Yeshua answered him, saying, it is written, a man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word of Elohim. Yeshua was quoting Deuteronomy chapter 8 and chapter 9. Yeshua in this chapter, verse 4. Luke chapter 4 verse 4. Yeshua was literally quoting Deuteronomy chapter 8 and chapter 9. The whole chapter of Deuteronomy chapter 8 and the whole chapter of Deuteronomy chapter 9. That was the summary of those places. Man shall not live by bread alone. Verse 5. Luke chapter 4 verse 4. But Yeshua answered and said to him, it is written, man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word of Elohim. Verse 5. Then the devil, taking him up on a high mountain, showed him all the kingdoms of the world in a moment of time. Verse 6, Luke chapter 4, verse 6. And the devil said to him, all this authority I will give you and their glory, for this has been delivered to me, and I give it to whomever I wish. Verse 7, therefore, if you will worship before me, all will be yours. This is all it takes. If you will worship me, all of these things I will give you. Verse 8, Luke chapter 4, verse 8. And Yeshua answered and said to him, get behind me, Satan, for it is written, you shall worship Elohim, worship Yah your Elohim, and only him you shall serve. Verse 9, then brought him to Jerusalem, set him on the pinnacle of the temple, and said to him, if you are the Son of God. So at the end of the day, Satan just walked away. Yeshua kept refusing. Yeshua kept insisting on the word of Yah. So when Satan offers you through the Europeans, who are the fourth kingdom that is supposed to rule the world, all these ideas, all this standard of living that people are now following in the world today. Again, who is promoting this? Again, Revelation chapter 13 verse 2 tells you that the beast got his power, his throne, and his authority from Satan. So that beast is now doing the work of Satan. Daniel chapter 7 verse 23 to 25 tells you that that beast is the fourth kingdom that will rule the whole world. And that fourth kingdom is supposed to be ruling until Christ will come back. The Babylonians was the first. The Medes and the Persians was the second. The Greeks was the third. The Romans was the fourth. But also according to Daniel chapter 2 from verse 40 to 45 tells you that that fourth kingdom will be divided. That's how you get your European Union. That's why those that left Europe and they migrated to go found America, that's why they did that. So don't be fooled by America, France, Germany, Austria. No, it's all the same thing, just like you have the 12 tribes of Israel. So today, the offers that Satan is making you, if your child go to school and he's educated or she's educated, then they will have a better life. That's the same thing that Satan is offering you. What Satan will not tell you is what happens in between. Satan is a liar. He's a deceiver. His goal, one responsibility, to get you to disobey Yah's law. So the Bible clearly commands you to educate your children from the law, from the scriptures. Satan comes to you and say, if you will send me your children for me to educate them, they will have a better life in the future by getting a good job. Which is actually not so. If you actually go study what happened, there's a lot of people with degrees that work in fast food restaurant, not because they want to. Go on YouTube and study people that own student loans. People go to these colleges and they come out and they are in debt. People pay their student loan for years. They're still paying their student loans. You get trapped into debt. So going back to the person that I used to know that was doing her PhD, she knew about the Sabbath. She learned a lot about the law, but she was stuck. She has gone probably 2-3 years into doing her PhD. So her choice is to abandon the whole thing and begin to keep the law, or to continue. And she chose to continue. I believe she's still there. So she can't keep the Sabbath because she's doing her PhD. The little boy that contacted me, the teenager that contacted me, that was asking me what to do, that was being forced to shave his beard, that was being done by a high school that requires him that he must shave his beard according to the high school's dress code. He cannot have a beard. See, these are things that Satan is not going to tell you. He's not going to tell you that your daughter will lose her virginity. Your daughter will literally give her virginity to a dog. in the name of boyfriend and girlfriend relationship. Your son will turn into a whoremonger, dating different girls and having sex with them because that's what people do, right? Satan will not tell you these things, but the revelation tells us that no whoremonger will be allowed into the kingdom of heaven. Any man or boy that have sex with this girl and then go have sex with, you have a girlfriend, you break up, you find another one, you break, that's a whoremongering. See, these are things that Satan will not tell you. But you know what? Being a deceiver, being a liar, at the end of the day, that promise that he makes to you of the things that you will get in return, you're not going to get it. It's a lie. That's why you see many people still struggle with their so-called college degrees and master's degree. Those that do have a job, they are nothing but slaves. They work Monday through Friday. They have no really freedom of their own. They have to go there. They have to take orders. They are at the mercy of their boss and their company, who can fire them at any time. They have no skills. They can't just go from one country to another and easily find a job because they have no skills. The Bible does teach us to teach our boys to learn a skill. Which is better? Go to college and get college degree and be in debt for half of your life, plus all the abomination and the filth. I'm not even going to talk about the pressure that these kids face in those synagogue of Satan. Because if it's a boy who you've trained to keep the law, he has two choices in college: either to be labeled a homosexual or be forced to go get a girlfriend. Because if he refused to get a girlfriend, which will eventually result to sexual sin, if he refused to do that, then they'll simply accuse him of being a homosexual. They'll simply say that they've never seen him with a girl. So these are the pressure that you're putting your children into. Same thing with girls. If she decides that she has to keep the law, then she will be pressured by her fellow student into, or else she'll be accused of being a homosexual. These are the things that Satan will not tell you. I always say that Satan has his job, his responsibility. His job is to deceive you into doing these things, because each one of these things is against the law of the Most High, which we are supposed to keep. He is doing his job and he's doing it very well. My job is to shed light to these things and show you what he's doing. Satan cannot attack me. Satan is busy doing his job. I'm busy doing mine. At the end of the day, you have to decide. His job is to deceive and to hide things. My job is to shed light on it and show you what's really going on. You have to choose. The problem today is that most people are so comfortable with that deception that Satan have led them into. Those lifestyle, they're so comfortable that if you're shedding light and you're showing them, oh, get out, that's not true, they don't want to come out. They do not know, they don't want to, because they love it. So, but at the end of the day, we have to choose. We have to decide which way we want to go. That's why all these things that are going on, everything. So that's what's going on. That's who Satan is using today. And that's why you see all this law. I've tried to point out so many examples with advertising. Yah say do not covet. They bombard you with advertisement. Yah say, you dress moderately. They bombard you and try to shame you. They glamorize unrighteousness through their media. They glamorize it. They lift up those that practice unrighteousness. Those that practice unrighteousness. So for you, if you want to practice righteousness, which is keeping the law, then you're in a small minority. You are just the thought of keeping the law want to make you, it makes you even feel ashamed at yourself. Speaking of keeping the law and being ashamed, it reminds me of Sirach chapter 42 that we read earlier. Sirach chapter 42 verse 2 actually says something about that. Sirach chapter 42 verse 2. Sirach chapter 42, starting from verse 1. Sirach chapter 42 from verse 1. But of these things be not ashamed, lest you sin through human respect of the law of the Most High and his precepts, or of the sentence to be passed upon the sinful. Be not ashamed. We're not supposed to be shameful of Yah's law. Yeah, they will laugh at you, and so what? They will think I'm crazy. Okay. So this is a deep stuff. We have to make a choice in terms of the route that we want to go in these things. We have to make a choice. We have to decide. Because on the judgment day, you will not say that you don't know. You will not say that you did not know or that you were not warned. The Most High always does this. He always does this. He Most High makes sure that every generation, people will hear the truth. Now, do people typically want the truth? No. People don't really want the truth. And that reminds me of Jeremiah. It reminds me of Jeremiah. If you go to Jeremiah chapter 5, it reminds me of Jeremiah, of what Yah says about his people. People love these things. So if somebody comes down and be talking about stuff like this, nobody really wants to hear that. Nobody wants to hear that. And people want to worship Yah on their own terms, on the way they want. There's something it says in Jeremiah chapter 5 from verse 31. Jeremiah chapter 5:31. The prophet prophesied falsely. The priest bear rule by their means, and my people love to have it so. And what will you do in the end thereof? So the prophets are prophesying lies. The priests are doing abominable things and just leading people astray. People love it. Because when a prophet prophesies lies, he is not telling you what God wants you to do. He's telling you that everything is fine. He focuses on other topics that don't have to do with Yah's law. So this is what those that are supposed to be messengers of the Most High do. They focus on different topics, and kind of like what you see in Christianity. They don't talk about Yah's law. They don't focus much on that. They talk about stuff, like you may even see in some Hebrew Israelite communities today. They talk about identity a lot and not much attention paid to the law. And Yah said that his people love it. They love it that way. They love it so. But he also asked the question, what will you do in the end? You see, there will be an end. It's not going to... The false teachers and false prophets are not going to do this forever. There will be an end. Yah is asking, what would you do at the end? Because at the end, it's going to be too late. So that's who the devil is using today. Before I get to how you can handle this if you are a Gentile and if you are part of that fourth kingdom, before I get to that, I want to clear out something that may be a question on your mind. Okay, so if the Sabbath is the mark of the beast, what about what it says in Revelation? Because the entire Revelation chapter 13 is talking about the fourth kingdom that will rule the world. So what about that? What about that mark? What about the mark that it says that people will receive? What about that? Well, like as I always show you, if that mark is not talking about a literal mark, if you've been here long enough, you should know that by now. That mark is not talking about a literal mark that will be implanted in your hand. like as I always show you in Deuteronomy chapter 6. If you look in Deuteronomy chapter 6, you will see that Yah was talking about. So the mark, if you are sitting around and you're waiting for the day that somebody will come and give you a mark and force you to accept a mark in your hand, you are going to wait for a long time, because that's not going to happen. And in order for you to understand what it's talking about in Revelation chapter 13, see, the whole idea of mark of the beast, and somebody will be chasing you around, and if you don't have the mark of the beast, you will not be able to buy or sell. That's not talking about a literal mark. Just like the beast was not talking about a literal animal. Yeshua was called a lamb in the book of Revelation. Yeshua is not a sheep, an animal. Those are coded words. When the Bible talks about the horn, the dragon, Satan was called a dragon. Is Satan a literal dragon? No. So when it says that beast will issue people the mark of the beast, it's not talking about like somebody forcing you to receive a mark in your hand. So if you want to understand that, you have to go back to the Torah. So if you go to Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 8. This is what it says in Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 8. Actually, let's start from verse 6. Deuteronomy chapter 6 from verse 6. And these words which I command you today shall be in your heart. The words that Moses was commanding the people. Deuteronomy chapter 6 from verse 6. And these words which I command you today shall be in your heart. Verse 7, Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 7. You shall teach them diligently to your children, and talk of them when you sit in your house, when you walk by the way, when you lie down, when you rise up. Verse 8, Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 8. You shall bind them. You shall bind them as a sign on your hand, and they shall be as frontlet between your eyes. Deuteronomy chapter 6 from verse 6 to verse 9 is telling you that the laws in this book, you should bind them in your hand, and they shall be as a frontlet between your eyes. There is no record anywhere in the scripture where anybody was walking around with the law tied on their hand and bound on their head and be walking around. There's no record of anyone doing that. Not even Yeshua. It's telling you in Deuteronomy chapter 6 from verse 6 that the words that he commands you, you should bind them to your hand and have them in the front of your eyes. That's what it says, right? Okay, let's go to chapter 11. Deuteronomy chapter 11 from verse 18. Deuteronomy chapter 11 from verse 18. Therefore you shall lay up these words of mine in your heart and in your soul, and bind them as a sign on your hand, and they shall be as frontlets between your eyes. If this is asking you to do this literally, then that means that all of us are not keeping this law. That means that Yeshua did not keep this law. There's nowhere in the scriptures where you see that people was walking around with the law tied with a rope in their head, and they're walking around the Jerusalem with the law tied. Not the prophet, not Yeshua, not the messengers. Nobody did this. So it's not literally asking you to tie the law in your hand or in your frontlet. But if you don't understand this, then you're going to think that the mark of the beast is going to be given to you literally, which is exactly what people have taught today. See, if you don't understand the Torah, you will not understand the Gospels. And by the way, the book of Revelation was not meant for everyone. It tells you that in Revelation chapter 1, verse 1, that book was written specifically to be given to the servants of Yah. The understanding of the revelation is to be revealed to the servants of Yah. And then they are to now break it down to the people of Yah. But it's not meant for everyone. It tells you that in the beginning. So when you see dragon, beast, a horn, a woman being born with fire, stuff, when you see all that, that's not talking about literally, like, those are coded words that only the Most High reveals what they mean to his servants. Forget everything you've learned as a Christian in terms of Bible prophecy. Example, people talk about the Great Tribulation. And they talk about Great Tribulation as something that will happen in the future. Oh no, it has already happened. You see, when people read the Bible, especially when it comes to prophecy, they are usually reading it like everything they read is going to happen in the future. That's how they read it. That everything they see right there, oh, it says that these people will attack these people. Oh, it's going to happen. No, but they don't understand that many of these things has been fulfilled already. Example, in Luke 21, Yeshua spoke about how Jerusalem was going to be destroyed. And the Gentiles will trample on that land until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled. Yeshua spoke about this about 30-something years, about 37 years or so. After Yeshua said this, the Romans surrounded Jerusalem. The Romans traveled from Rome, from Europe to Jerusalem, and they surrounded it and they destroyed the temple in 70 AD. Destroyed the whole city. That happened in 70 AD. The problem with Christians is that when they read the Bible, when they read like Luke 21, they read it like, oh, you see, the Jews are in so much trouble because they're going to be attacked. They're probably going to be attacked by Russia or something. And these are people that teaches you the Bible. So that's why you have the book of Maccabees. A lot of the things you see in the book of Daniel chapter 9, chapter 10, those were prophecies. When they were fulfilled, the Most High made sure that their fulfillment was written down in the book of Maccabees. So if you don't understand what the Maccabees is all about, you may not understand that book. You may be wondering, what is this? Why am I reading about some people going and invading people and stopping them from keeping Sabbath? Because those are fulfillment of the things you read in the book of Daniel. So when it tells you in Revelation chapter 13, which speaks about the Europeans as of today, the entire Revelation chapter 13 speaks about the Europeans. When it tells you that they will force people to, they will make people to accept the mark of the beast, that's not a literal mark. Like, again, you don't see anybody walking around with the law tied to their heads. What the Most High is saying there in Deuteronomy chapter 6 and chapter 11. You remember how he said that work shall be done for 6 days and you are to rest on the 7th day? Back then and even till today, people work with their arm. Even those that work in the office, they type. You have to type in a computer and you have to do that with your hands. So what the Most High was saying is, let this law be bound in your hand. So as you do the work, as you go about your business, do not forget the law. Do not forget the law. So as you do your business, you have to remember the law. Because there are periods of time that you have to stop. You have to literally stop doing work and withdraw. You can no longer work. And when that period passes by, then you go back to work. It's called the Sabbath day or the feast days. Those who don't understand the Torah cannot understand the gospel. When you have people that believe that the Torah has been done away with, and they're trying to read the gospel, they cannot understand it. I gave you an example with what Paul was saying. If I tell you, there was actually a lady that used to join us right here after we went through the study about girls and how young they could get married. She was very uncomfortable with that. According to the scripture, a girl can get married as young as 11, as young as 12. Now, there is something I called fake outrage, because the Gentiles, particularly the Europeans, will tell you, oh, hell no, that's disgusting. That's child abuse. Oh, hell no. That's what are you going to be doing with a child like that? Well, but they have no problem with more than 3,000 babies being killed in America every day through abortion. And according to their standard, those are babies. So that woman can go kill that baby in her stomach, and that's fine. But if you run her over with a car, if you in America kill a pregnant woman, you will be charged with 2 counts of murder. But if that woman by herself go to a doctor and have the doctor murder her child in her stomach, that's fine. So these people that think it's disgusting and child abuse for a girl that young to get married, they have no problem with abortion. I call it fake outrage. That you may see them being outraged like that. If you don't know who they are, I'm telling you who they are now. If you don't know who they are biblically and why they are doing what they do, you may think, oh, they're such a decent people. They're such a nice people. No, the goal is to delay your daughter being married. That's what this is all about. That's why they go to Africa and other countries and lobby these other so-called governments to raise the marriage age to 18. Because they know that the longer your daughter waits before she gets married, the more likely she's going to have sex, the more likely she's going to have sexual sin. Because these girls, as soon as they begin to see their period, they also begin to desire sex. And when they will lose their virginity, you will most likely not know. Just like your mom did not know when you lost yours. You were not like, Mom, I'm going to have sex today. No, you didn't do that. So if you think that your daughter is going to come and tell you, you're being naive. But what Satan is doing through these people is to delay. That's what this is all about. That's the game. Like as I said, Satan is doing his job through his people and doing their job into deceiving you and doing all this. My job is to shed light and let you know what's going on. Satan is not mad at me. He's doing his job. He's doing his thing. I know exactly what he's doing. He's very busy and I congratulate him. He's very good at what he does. In terms of his deception, he's very good in deceiving the world. He's master. He's doing it. He has people in every race. I gave you example with people like Jay-Z and Oprah, Beyonce. All these people, these are agents of Satan. Lady Gaga. All these people. These are agents of Satan. And they are serving Satan in different ways. When I look at this whole thing, I can see what's going on. Because I'm not looking at it from like you're looking at it. I'm looking at it from a spiritual perspective, from looking at what's going on. So, example, Oprah went all the way from Chicago, got into a plane, went all the way to South Africa and built a school for girls. Girls only. Academy for girls. If you go to Chicago, their school have failed already, which I'm happy, by the way. Their school system have pretty much collapsed, almost pretty much collapsed. Why will she not help the girls in Chicago and go all the way to Africa to go spend millions to build a school? Why will she do that? Does that make any sense? I thought they said charity begins at home. These are agents of Satan. Satan have agents in different race. I also give you an example with a girl from the Middle East, Malala, that goes around the world doing this. So the goal here is to delay the marriage age of your daughter. Because Satan knows that the more, by the way, if you're posting comment, I've noticed that I cannot actually see your comment when this is over. So if you really have a question, or if you want to talk to me about anything, you may want to contact me directly, or which unfortunately, I'm not going to communicate with you and answer any question over text message. I'm not going to do that. We're going to have to talk. So you either have to put your comment again at the end of this video. When it's over, you can put your comment, or you can contact me. Because I noticed that when this is over, I'm not going to be able to see your comment, and I'm not going to stop to look at everything that you're posting right now. I'm not going to do that. So if you think that there's something, whatever, feel free. And so in that way, you don't feel like I'm ignoring you. I'm telling you right now, as soon as this program is over, as soon as this is over, I'm not going to be able to see your comment. They don't let me see your comment. So in that way, I don't know who is commenting. I don't know what you're asking. You are more than welcome to contact me. At the end, I'm going to put my contact information under the video. Or if you're watching this, you can look under the video and you see my contact. Or you can go to my channel and see my contact information. I just want to say that for those, so in that way you don't get upset and think that I saw your question and I was ignoring you. No, I don't ignore anyone that truly, genuinely have questions about the scriptures. So that's really what's going on. That's what Satan is doing. And is he mad at me for doing what I'm doing? No, not necessarily. He's busy doing his own thing. I'm busy doing my thing by shedding light. But like as I said, we are so in most cases, we're so comfortable in these things that we don't really want to get out. Like the Israelites, when they were supposed to come out of Egypt, many of them didn't want to get out. At some point, they actually wanted to go back to Egypt because they were so comfortable with the life that they were living in Egypt. But they were living in bondage. They were living in bondage. But they were comfortable because they don't want to have anything to do with the Most High. They don't want to keep the law. Those that want to keep the law, they want to get out of Egypt, like Joshua and Caleb. They don't want to be there. And usually that's very few people that want to do that. Very few people want to do the right thing. Most people don't. Most people just want to do what everyone else is doing. So this is what's going on. And when it comes to the mark of the beast, it has nothing to do with 666 on your hand. It has everything to do with the Sabbath. All the Sabbath, the Passover, which is coming up next month, the Passover, the Day of Atonement, the Feast of Unleavened Bread, all the Sabbath you see in Leviticus 23. All those Sabbaths is pretty much one. Yah calls them in Exodus 31 his Sabbaths. We have to observe all of those Sabbaths, all those feast days. We have to observe all of them. Let me show you something very interesting that Satan does. So in Leviticus chapter 23, right, the Most High said that his laws, he calls it his holy days. Holy days. We are to observe them. And if you read, which I will encourage you to do, if you read Leviticus 23, the whole chapter of Leviticus 23 talks about, beginning with the Sabbath, all the feast days and the Sabbath. And Yah said that we are to do this forever in all our generations. Look at what Satan has done through the Europeans by giving you a man-made calendar and a man-made watch. They have now replaced those feast days by simply giving you a fake calendar. So it's impossible to keep the Passover in a man-made calendar. The Passover is to be kept on the evening of the 14th. The 14th of the month, Gregorian month. No, you can't keep the Passover using a man-made calendar. 14th of which month? December, January, February? What? It's the 14th from the new moon. 14th days from the new moon, that's when you keep the Passover. The next day is the 15th, the beginning of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. When it says to keep the Sabbath on the 7th day, it's 7 days from the new moon day. New moon is the beginning of the month. 7 days from that. When you observe the Passover, 14 days from the new moon, the evening of the 14th day. So Yah calls his worship days and the holy days. He calls the holy days. His feast days are called holy days. Look at what Satan has done. Christmas, Easter, July 4th, Thanksgiving, New Year's Eve, or New Year's Day. What do they call this? Holiday. Holiday. Yah's own is holy day. Holy. Set apart days. Holy days. Satan calls his days holy days. Holidays. That's why people tell you happy holidays. Happy holidays. So Yah's days are holy days. On those days, we're supposed to rest. We're not supposed to walk. We're supposed to worship and rest. In some of the days, we're supposed to celebrate. That's exactly what Satan has counterfeited. It was the counterfeit of the original. Christmas, Easter, New Year's. In some of them, they do celebrate. Like Christmas, like New Year's. You see what Satan is doing? Holy day, holiday. Satan is mocking you. And most people cannot even see this. He's laughing. The fact that people cannot even see what's going on. The word month comes from the moon. Most people don't even see it. Look at the medical insignia. It has snake on it. What the hell does a modern day medical insignia has to do with a snake? Why would they choose an emblem or insignia that represents their medical system? The entire medical system is represented by that sign with two snakes. Why would modern day people choose something like that? Satan is mocking you. He's literally like waving this thing in your face, and he's like, and people can't even see what's going on. Makeup. When you apply those makeup to your face, the very first place makeup was described in the Bible in the book of Enoch. It was described in the Bible. 3 places where makeup was described was negative, negative, negative. Nothing positive about it. First was in the book of Enoch. And in that book of Enoch, you see the fallen angels. You see the angels teaching women how to do stuff like that, how to make up their eyebrows and things like that. To do what? To seduce men, which eventually ended up with sexual sin between those angels and those women that produced those giants that Yah had to destroy. You see, when these things typically happens, the Most High don't say anything. The Most High usually don't say anything when these things happen. You might want to read the book of Enoch, chapter 7, chapter 8, chapter 9. You will see exactly what I'm talking about. You notice that when this stuff like this, when Yah gave us his law, he just keeps quiet and he watches us to see what we will do. But when he does respond, he responds with vengeance, destruction. That's exactly what you will see in Enoch chapter 7, chapter 8, chapter 9. That's the first place you see something that looks like a makeup. And then you come to the second place with Jezebel. When she wanted to seduce Yehu, who was coming into town. As soon as she heard that Yehu was coming into town, Jezebel ran into the house and put makeups in her face before she could go meet the man. And unfortunately for her, it did not end very well. But that's what she did because she wanted to seduce him. And then you also see in Jeremiah Jeremiah chapter 4, you also see Yah describing his people as when they put their makeups to go seduce their lovers. So we call it makeup, makeup, makeup. It's to make up the fact that most women have lost their beauty. So they have to put, in order to seduce, it used to be that women seduce men with their behavior, which is how you have to train your children. Because if you have to get a man by your looks, what happens when you get older? He will leave you for a younger person. So if you yourself are trying to dress sexy to seduce a man, you're using something fake to get a man. Do you think that man is going to be with you for a long time? If I become interested in you because of the way you look, when you no longer look that way, my interest in you will begin to wane. So people have to put up those things to make up the fact that they've lost their original God-given beauty. The beauty of a woman is in her behavior. Like you will see in Proverbs 31. It's in the behavior. Like I was saying the other day. It's all about how you talk, how you approach people, even men and women. Forcing yourself to have self-control. You have to force yourself. You got to have self-control. Avoiding argument with men at all point. Even when you are right. You can come back at some other time and bring up the issue. Avoid having argument with men. You have to teach that to young people too. A woman standing there and arguing with a man, that doesn't look good. That doesn't, it's negative, negative, negative. Avoid argument with a man by all means. Because most men, because of the way they were made, most real men, most weak, castrated men will immediately submit even before you begin to argue. Most real men will not just, easily give up. They may keep quiet when you begin to argue, but that turns them away. So one of the biggest things is arguing with men. Avoid it. Even when you are right, simply don't say anything. And like as I said the last time, what you don't realize is that when people are expecting you to do something, if you don't do that, you catch them off guard. They will not understand what's going on. And they will most likely come back to you and apologize. If someone is doing something and you talk to them and it goes into an argument and you both begin to argue together, they will never admit that they were wrong. The more you argue, the worse it gets. If you are smart, you should back off and just be quiet. And you will see like they're still in the mood to argue and you're not saying anything. They will most likely apologize to you for whatever, So same thing, especially for women. This is something I have to teach my daughter. Avoid argument. It's especially so when it comes to your beauty, it's really in the behavior. It's not physical, because if it's only physical, then what happens when you get old? Then everybody will run away from you. So beauty, it has a little bit, it's physical. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't look good. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't take care of yourself. But if you have to rely on makeup and fake things that you have to apply on to attract people, then something is wrong. You're trying to make up the fact that you don't have the actual thing you need to attract people. It's the behavior. It's not the looks. A righteous man does not look for a wife or does not like people based on their looks, but their behavior. If you are like most women will attract men by looks, by the way they looks, by trying to expose their butt, expose their breast, or wear things that are very tight. When you're wearing something tight, you're also exposing. So if you attract people like that, you shouldn't be surprised when they leave you. or you shouldn't be surprised that they will leave you. Eventually they will. Eventually they'll begin to mess with other people. They'll begin to commit sexual sin with other people because they only became interested in you because of your charm, your butt that they were seeing that was, that was turning them on, driving them crazy. So why would you be surprised if he goes and start having sex with another person and you find out and you're mad? You should be mad at yourself because that's how you attracted him. So the older you get, the more likely that he's going to leave you for a younger person. So you shouldn't be worried. Like for anybody that finds themselves in that situation, you shouldn't feel like that because you are the one that made someone to like you because of that. And that's why you see in the Hebrew culture, they cover themselves. Even in the Hebrew culture is also the Islamic culture. Actually, Muslims dress the way they dress because of the scripture. I'm not going to go into that right now, but the Muslims you see today, like the real Arabs are actually Hebrew Ishmaelites. They also came from Abraham. They came from Abraham through Ishmael. They are Hebrews also. Don't let the lies that the fourth kingdom have told you that they are all terrorists, they are all evil, they are all child molester and doing all this, they're doing child marriage. They are doing exactly the way you see them dressed. They are men, they are women. This is all in the scripture. The way you see Muslim women dressed today was the way that Sarah and all the other Hebrew women, Ruth, read the book of Ruth, all the other Hebrew women, they all wore veils like that. The way you see the Muslim women dressed today, that was the way the Hebrew women dressed. But today, the Hebrew women, from the Israelite side, from Jacob, they are now dressing like the Gentiles. So this, I don't want to overwhelm you with too much of an information, but this should be enough for you to really see what Satan is doing, what's really going on. So that's where makeup came from. But if you look at the word that Satan is using, makeup, if you look at those words, it's to make up the fact that you've lost your real beauty and you can't really go outside without, and also plus the curses of Deuteronomy 28, the curses that have fallen on the women. They lose their hair, like it says in Isaiah. That's why you see other women of other nations, most of them have their real hair. The Hebrew women struggle with their hair. Their hairs are falling out and they have to wear a wig. But you don't have to wear a wig. You have to cover your hair. So you shouldn't really worry. So that's what Satan is doing, really. We're going to close it at this. That's what Satan is doing. And he's going to battle you. Sister asked the question in the beginning. And she asked a question about, trying to what Satan is doing. This is what Satan is doing. I just give it to you on a large scale to shed light and show you what's going on. So one of the things that really concerns me, that really touches my heart today is Satan has the two main weapons that he has today is the school system and the media. The school system and the media. So when I say media, I'm talking about the movies, TV, music, these are the two main systems that Satan has. Very powerful, effective tools that he is using today. The school system also, because it allows him to get access to your children at a very young age. Train up a child in the way that they should grow. Look at those two systems and tell me who controls that system. The Chinese, the Africans, the Latin Americans, or the Europeans. The rest of the world, that's why you have Bollywood. The Indians, they have the second largest movie industry in the world, called Bollywood. They want to be like Hollywood. That's why they call themselves Bollywood. The Indians. The third largest movie industry in the world is in Nigeria. You know what it's called? Nollywood. So you have Hollywood making their movies, doing their thing, and then you have other countries trying to follow after them. You have Bollywood in India. Why the hell would the Indian film industry call their industry Bollywood? Because they want to be just like Hollywood. And then the third largest film industry in the world is in Nigeria. It's called Bollywood or Nollywood. So you have Hollywood, Bollywood, Nollywood. The rest of the world wants to be like the beast. Exactly what it tells you in Revelation chapter 13. That the rest of the world will make an image of the beast. Pretty much most countries have thrown out their system of governing and they've accepted quote-unquote democracy. What these fools do not realize is that democracy is a scam. It's a scam. They don't realize this. Many of these countries don't realize that America don't even have a democracy. If America has democracy, Clinton will be in office today. Hillary Clinton will be the president if America has democracy because she got more votes. But America has no democracy. America has a republic. They have a different system. But why will they go around the world promoting democracy? Most countries and most presidents and most so-called educated people actually think that democracy is a good thing and that America, but they never ask themselves, wait a minute, why will the Americans be going around the world and promoting democracy when they don't even have a democracy? So most countries have gotten rid of their judicial system and they are now following the beast with having a senate, having a presidency. The universities. I'm not even going to mention Christianity because you see where that comes from too. That I'm not going to say anything about that because you know about that. Christianity is the worst pagan religion in the history of mankind. Okay, I guess I have to say something about Christianity. Because this is what the Spirit does. Christianity is the worst. If you study about pagan religion, Christianity is the worst pagan religion in the history of mankind. The Bible also tells you about Christianity. Let's first off start in Revelation chapter 13, which talks about the beast. I told you that the beast is the Europeans that you see today. America, France, Germany, Holland, Austria, Belgium, Spain, Canada, all these countries is the fourth kingdom. They're all the same. Just like you have the 12 tribes of Israel divided into 12 tribes, but it's still the same people, same thing, but different tribes. So if you look at the Revelation chapter 13, verse 11, it says something. I'm going to try to flash some light on this right now. Hopefully you will see it. Hopefully you will see this one. It's always good when I show you some videos to show you what's going on. Because when I observe what's going on in the world, like as I said, many of these events and many of these things, you may look at it as, it's just happening. No, it's not just happening. Many of them are Bible prophecy. So in Revelation chapter 13, verse 11, it says that there's a beast that comes up. This beast that comes up comes out of the fourth kingdom. A beast comes out of the fourth kingdom in Revelation chapter 13, verse 11. But this beast have two horns. One horn that looks like a lamb, the other horn that speaks like the dragon. So the beast looks like a lamb, but speaks like the dragon. I hope this is not confusing. So the Revelation chapter 13 is talking about the fourth kingdom. In verse 11, it tells you that there's a beast that will come out of that kingdom. It looks like a lamb, but speaks like the dragon. Who is the lamb? You go over to verse 8. It talks about the lamb. Yeshua is the lamb. Yeshua, our Savior, he is the lamb that was slain for us. He is the lamb that the Bible talks about. When the Bible talks about a lamb, it's talking about Yeshua. Yeshua is our lamb. He was the lamb that was slain for us. So in Revelation chapter 13, I'm trying to show you something that you see today that you may not realize. So in Revelation chapter 13 or chapter 8, Revelation chapter 13 verse 8, it talks about it. It describes Yeshua as a lamb. So this beast that comes up from the fourth kingdom looks like a lamb. Yeshua is the lamb. And this beast is trying to look like a lamb or the lamb. But this beast speaks like a dragon. Who is the dragon? Go to the previous chapter, Revelation chapter 4, chapter 12. Revelation chapter 12 verse 9 describes Satan as the dragon. Revelation chapter 12 verse 9. So the dragon was cast out. That serpent of old called the devil and Satan, who deceives the whole world. He was cast out to the earth, and his angels was cast out with him. They are no longer in heaven. They now dwell with us right now. They can see you, but you can't see them. But they are actively using the fourth kingdom, the people of the fourth kingdom, to do their job for them. And they just relax and watch. This is the reason when you look at the whole system in the world, that's the reason why the Most High told you, don't mess with it. Don't get involved. Don't participate. And he has spoken. He will now watch you to see. Just like he did the same thing with the Daniel and his brethren and the Babylonians. So that beast that comes up from the fourth kingdom looks like a lamb, which is Yeshua, Christ. But that beast speaks like the dragon, which is Satan. That's the Christian church for you. If you go study the history of the real history of Christian church, it was founded by Constantine in AD 311. 311 AD by Emperor Constantine. You can study these things for yourself these days and go look it up for yourself about the Roman Emperor Constantine. He was the one that founded Christianity. For about 1,500 years, there was only one Catholic church. There was only one church, the Catholic Church. That's the reason why it's called the Roman Catholic Church. Roman Empire, Roman Catholic Church. Many of their buildings and their stuff are still standing today in Europe. Even till today, they're still standing. So, now, where you may get confused is when you see the Baptist, the Seventh-day Adventist, the Lutherans. Don't let those confuse you. They are all the same thing. What Satan has done is that he has done stuff to kind of distract you. So he breaks them down. So you see the Seventh-day Adventist, the Baptist, the Pentecostal, those that claim to be non-denominational, and a lot of the Hebrew Israelites are also Christians. Those that worship on Saturday, they're nothing but Christians, because Saturday worship came from Rome. So you can talk crap against them all you want. You can call them devil all you want. You can call them Esau all you want, which they are not Esau. Esau is in the Middle East. You can call them all of that all you want. But if you are still worshiping on Saturday, you're deceiving yourself. So